It's just budget this morning, as far as I'm aware, so we'll turn it over to Mr. Zaffino, unless the CAO has anything to add. No? Go ahead, Jim. Not quite yet.
I think you can hear me now. And thank you all for coming today. This is the first of two, possibly three budget workshops. Before I even start with the agenda, I just want to state that the budget that you received is 400 plus pages, and it is at the draft level. This is your budget as of this moment, and it's all the meetings that I have set up, and I set up many meetings with the electoral area directors, and there's actually municipalities that I've encouraged to meet regarding the budget, and they are having some success, because that's one of the things that I noticed last year. This isn't just a electoral area budget, it's the regional district budget, and municipal directors should be part of it. So with that, I'll just quickly go over the agenda for today and the expectations. I don't know if I need to apologize for the 77 pages of the PowerPoint. One of the ways I'll sell it is that the budget is 400 plus pages, and I've actually got it summarized down to 77. I think that I can't get into trouble by giving you more information, but I can if I don't. And what I'm trying to do is try to be as transparent as possible. So with that, I'll just quickly go over the agenda for today, and we'll start the process. So the first part of it is to review the agenda, which I'm doing right now. We're going to be talking about the introduction for the 2022-26 budget. And by that, I mean, there's some changes made that the staff graciously accepted as more work for them and also for me, but I thought that it would be beneficial for the organization to have these changes. I've had success in other organizations by introducing some of these policies, and I was very glad to see that the major staff, the senior staff accepted them. So with that, we review the regional grant and aid policy, and that's because you are going to have some delegations. And one of the things that is changed is that you received some delegation requests after I sent out the agenda on this. The applications were actually ended after I sent out these the PowerPoint presentation. So there will be a break, and we'll discuss the regional grant and aid submissions. So you're going to hear the applicants discuss their case, and you're not going to say yes or no or deliberate while they're just after they've made their case. It will be at a time later, and we're hoping at 10:25. Review the recommended new financial plan policies and guidelines. Yesterday I talked about I'm going to be asking the board to accept some new policies on the capital, for instance, and a few others changes. So that's one of the things that I'll be discussing and listening to your questions and answering them. Draft policy funding for capital projects. As you saw in the budget, there is operating and a capital budget, as I promised last year. So we'll just discuss that and what you think of it and where you see it going. The high-level budget review. I call it a high-level budget review at this point because it's not the point where you're looking at each individual line item. You ask questions, but each individual line items to cut here and there. If we start discussing each line item, there's over 2,000 line items. We're going to need 10 of these meetings. They're your 2022 capital budget requests. So in the presentation, we separated the capital requests. You see them individually and how they're funded and what the wish list is for 5 years now, but you'll also see them by program. And again, I'm stressing that budget is at the program level because we are a regional district and it's the region that you want to look at as a whole. And on the capital side, one of the policies that I'm going to be asking the board is no more funding directly from taxes. And I say directly, municipalities, in most part, will fund through everything other than taxes. And that's where we're trying to achieve here now. So program change requests, I wanted to keep the name the same, because that's what the board's been used to, the name, the program change. But it's also, it's a supplemental request forms now that has to be filled out with detail, and a full-time equivalent request. We'll be discussing that. And then there's a wrap-up. There's not much time between 2:50 and 3. That's if we're able to get through everything. There is going to another meeting set up for November 19th, I believe. And if we need one, there'll be a third one, because again, takes as much time as it takes to actually do a budget that you're happy with. So with that, we can start the process. So budget roadmap, regional district, as any local government in British Columbia, the year ends December 31st, but the year starts January 1st. And that's also the audit period. So the budget that you see it's a 5-year budget. And it's one of the things that happens is that when you authorize the budget for 2022, for instance, you're technically authorizing the budget for 2023 and right up to 2026. So you really don't have to have a budget passed immediately on January 1st, because you've got a budget that's ready to go until you approve the current year budget. So the guidelines, I sent guidelines out to all the managers in the early August, so that we all had the same expectations and that we were consistent throughout. And with these guidelines, there's new forms introduced, new policies, new ways of doing things, and more consistent, so that the form that you see for an ask in electoral area A, B, C, whatever, is the same throughout. So I wanted to see that consistency and also transparent. Going forward, department development budget, they started early in August last year. As you know, I started September 29th and started the job running. This year, we had a little bit of wiggle room, and they got the guidelines in August, and you've got very dedicated staff. They were keen on working on this, and they did. So one of the things that was part of the discussion with the managers is we had to align the budget with the bylaws, the master plan, strategic planning. One of the things that we discussed on table number 3 is how do you have the staff coordinate with the board? And the biggest single area is the strategic plan. So the strategic plan dictates the budget, and the budget dictates to make sure that the strategic plan is successful. So with that, we started the draft budget status quo. So 2022 is the first year that you actually have a true baseline budget. And I say it's true because it was up until now, we intermixed it with the capital. And it's pretty hard to have a baseline budget when you're throwing in different capital projects for 2 million, 3 million, 500,000, et cetera. It may have been financed from different sources, from reserves, from donations, from grants, et cetera. But it affected the budget at the bottom line. When you looked at the operating expense at the bottom, and it was called operating expense even though there's a capital component in it, it was not consistent. So starting in this year, you will see a consistency. And one of the things that, going back to the supplemental requests for the programs, what it does is it shows that if there's an increase in a service level request, you instantly see it. And I see it, and then I can go back to the manager and go, well, no, this is materially increased. Is there a reason? And if there's a reason, it goes back to you as a service level supplemental request, so that you can actually determine, do we want the service level increase or not? So that's something new. There was managers workshops that we talked about different things to try to make sure we're all on the same page. So in the budget workshop for today, we're regional grant requests and delegations. So that is going to take up some time in the budget, and that's just as important as the actual budget itself. Talk about the budget process. I've done a little bit about that, but there is more. Program and capital requests, as I stated yesterday, not only are you seeing the 5-year capital plan, you're also looking at the detailed requests for the current budget year. So for 2022, there's a capital request form. It talks about the consequences and the cost implications for the next 5 years, if you agree with that capital project. It talks about how it's being funded, and it also talks about if there's any anticipated staff requests in the future because of that, if that's required. So there will be November 19th. I am fully anticipating a November 19th budget. And with that, I look at the direction that I get from the board, and I have a list of meetings. I'm 95% successful in having meetings with those that want one. And you may have me nag you and ask you if you're interested in the meeting. I really want to have an open discussion with everyone. And any requests, any changes aren't automatically part of the budget. They come back to the board at a formal meeting with a request that this has happened, this is why it happened, and asks if the change is going to be made. So you will see the budget as it is presented today. You will see the budget as it will happen if the board accepts it. So the changes can be made live. The way that it's set up now, I can do a live change as you're meeting with me. So I call it a what if. It's not a complete new budget, but if you're looking at your own specific areas for the electoral areas, we can do a what if, and you can quickly say yes or no on the change. And some of the things that you're going to be discussing today is the supplemental requests and the full-time equivalent requests. That's going to have an impact on the budget too. So the tax requisitions for each of your areas that were provided will change based on what you determine today. So with that, there's also on the 19th, you will see a draft regional hospital budget. And I call it draft because that is a preliminary because we have not yet received the wish list from the hospital. So there, as you know, the board authorizes the wish list for the capital projects. That is yet to come, and it's not that it's late. It's normally it doesn't happen until later on in the year. So we have to work on their plan and timelines. So continuing, if we further need a workshop, December 3rd and 10th would be set aside to determine which of the two dates would be possibly work for everyone. And then we're looking at having a first adoption of the budget. One of the things that we're trying to do is there's a lot of changes last year. I understand it was unusual, but I'd like to have it so that you as the board don't have to look at all these changes. Can you make the changes? You can make the changes right up until adoption. But as far when staff's concerned, I believe that we have enough of a control that you're not going to get a lot of asks. Like I stated, there's a carry forward form, there's a new capital form, the 5-year plan that's available. And then going back to that 5-year plan, that's also something that's also flexible. What I found in other areas is that a board or council can look at the 5-year plan and actually say, well, I like this project, but it's 3 years from now. Can we afford it now? And because it's a 5-year plan, and there's something in the background that I discussed last year, which is a reserve tracker, we can actually punch it into the machine and say, yes, you can afford it. No, you can't. So that's something that when we have our meetings, that can be done at real time. So regional grant and aid policy, I thought maybe we might just quickly discuss that before you start listening to the applicants. So grant and aid will not be provided to subsidize activities that are reasonable for a senior level of government. Preference will be given to those events or initiatives that have not received assistance from other local government funding, which is important. No organization will see more than 2 regional grants in a 4-year period. So one of the things that is important that you will see in your request, there is one that has had 2, but you as a board can override that policy. The staff put the dollar amounts and the years that they received it, but you can actually make the decision when it's time to. Maximum amount of grant is $50,000, and on the forms that you got, you will see that one organization has asked for the full $50,000. And of course, as the more that you allocate for the grant and aid policies, the higher the tax increase will go, and that will go overall to all of the participating governments. Regional grant and aid policy continued. Okay, will be considered a grant under this policy. Applicants must demonstrate and organization is fully based and their efforts are regional in nature. Benefits or events or initiatives are significant in at least 3 electoral areas. That's important because again, we are a regional district and you have to look at the region as a whole. Event or initiative fills a need in the community. Support from sources other than local government or provincial governments, alignment with at least one regional district strategic goal as identified in the annual strategic plan. I'm looking over here at the TV, so if there's any questions, please speak out. As I go through this, feel free to ask the question as you go, especially in the budget portion of it. Regional grant aid policy again, continued. Grant funding is not permitted to be used for, and there's the reasons, remuneration, including wages and consulting fees, capital improvement to rent or lease, operating and capital deficits, tax payments. So regional grant requests, advertisement placed. So we did advertise for it. 10 organizations have applied and they are going, 9 I believe are. I should go through the chair. Oh, sorry. So those, I was just reminded and apologize, is that the questions go through the chair. So if the chair can just interrupt me. Here are the applicants that you are going to be listening to, receiving, and like I stated, 9 of the 10 will be here in person. And I've got Noel here to start with the process with the applicants.
Our first applicant is from Halifax. The site is Teresa Gillette. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here this morning. I'm representing Alley Cats Alliance. I'm one of their board members. I'd like to start with perhaps explaining who and what is Alley Cats Alliance. We are a group that was formed in 2012 to address the feral and abandoned cats of the Okanagan issue. At that time, there were no organizations in the valley that were dealing with this issue. So exactly what do we mean when we call a cat feral? Slide 2. So the word feral means that they're living outside with no one actually looking after them as far as medical attention, and most of the time they are not socialized, meaning that they cannot be touched. Slide 3. Sorry. And most importantly, oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure how to do this. I don't want to break it. Okay. Thank you. I'm not a professional speaker, and I'm also not very good with computers. My expertise is with cats, so please forgive me. Referring back to what feral means, it's most importantly, they're not spayed or neutered, and they are reproducing without restrictions. Cats can start breeding as young as 4 months old and can have 2 to 3 litters if all conditions are good for them. So sometimes they can have as many as 8 kittens per litter. So if you do the math, you can see that those numbers will quickly accelerate. So this slide that we're looking at right now illustrates the condition of some of the feral cats that we trap. One slide shows that many of the cats are very matted, which can actually be very painful and inhibits their ability to stay warm and healthy. The photo with the infected eyes is from Costin, a cat that was trapped in Costin, and he was diagnosed with entropion, which is where the eyelashes grow towards the eye instead of away from the eye. It's very painful, as you can imagine, and he also had a bad infection created from this condition. This is actually a rare condition, and he's only one of 7 cats that we have in the last 2 years trapped. One was from a Soyuz, this fellow was from Costin, and we had Frankie and one other one from Karameus. So it's not a genetic condition. We don't know why we're receiving so many of these cats. So anyway, we've had a total of them in the past 2 years, all requiring a specialist to do the surgery and follow up. So I like to joke about that we're great at beating the odds because this is considered a rare condition, but I'm really hoping we can turn that into winning a lottery ticket, because those are the odds I'd really like to beat. So since that time, we have trapped, taken in, or assisted 2,376 cats. That's from 2012. And out of that number, 1,164 have come from areas and towns within the RDOS boundaries, which is 49% of all the cats we've rescued during this time period. Oliver, Karameus, and Costin are hotspots for abandoned cats and feral colonies. Can we go to the next slide? So here you can see, this makes that statement about living under a rock have a whole new meaning. These cats were literally living under a boulder inside of a small cave. We will never know if what happened to the mom. Was she hit by a car? Did she get taken by a coyote? We don't know. But one of our volunteers sat in a lawn chair. Oh, he's already changed the slide on me, I apologize. Sat in a lawn chair for the entire day, catching the kittens one by one by hand until all were captured. So this slide now shows the special traps that Alley Cats purchases from the US. Each of these costs about $250 depending on the exchange rate. These traps are designed in such a way that removing the cats from the trap is safe for our volunteers, vets, and the cats themselves. A trap from the local hardware store is not safe for the handling of feral cats. Next slide, please. So this slide shows some cats being released back to their original site that has a caretaker to ensure that someone is monitoring, and they can call us if any of the cats appear sick or injured. And also to monitor that if any new cats join the colony, we can go back and trap that cat and have the cat spayed or neutered to stop the cycle from starting all over. So our goal is that the colony will eventually die out due to attrition. We have actually had calls from this particular site, and one of a cat that had been hit by a car, we were able to get that cat and take him to the vet where he was humanely euthanized. And this particular spot is in the industrial area of Oliver. It's one of the first large colonies that we worked with. The next slide, I hope this slide's not too graphic, but this is what we deal with on a regular basis. Many of the cats that we trap or are called about are injured or sick. In this slide, I think you can see his ear, and that is a wound under his ear. It's a common injury which is caused from an abscess, usually which is created from fighting. So if that's not treated, that can, as you can well imagine, that can create a really bad physical state for that cat. Next slide, please. So this is just a slide to show you some of the situations that we come across. This cat, Phoenix, had been caught in a leg hold trap, and he came to us from Cleedon. He had to have the leg amputated, but that did not slow him down. And we also had trapped a cat this year that we called Gray Man that came to us. He was limping severely, and I think we're going a little too fast on the slides. So anyway, he was limping severely. When he was x-rayed, it was discovered that he had been shot, and the pellets had broken his knee, which had healed. So he had to have his leg amputated as well. But he also is living a nice, cozy indoor life now. So slide number 10 was of showing a kitten that were rescued from a dumpster, which is not uncommon, unfortunately. We have had several individual kittens and groups of kittens over the years that have been found in dumpsters. There we go, that's the slide for that one. So the next slide illustrates just some of the kittens. We get a lot of calls, believe it or not, for kittens in the winter. Some people think that kittens are only born in the warm summer months, but that is no longer the truth. So we are dealing with kittens all year long. And some of them are found in sheds or under trailers in freezing temperatures. So the next slide. Can we have the next slide, please? So this is one of our more well-known rescues. This was in a building in Oliver that was abandoned and was about to be torn down. We lost that slide again. So anyway, and it was full of asbestos. So a local restoration company assisted with that rescue. And in Oliver, we also worked with a fellow who trapped 29 cats in 1 year, working with us, that were living in an abandoned building on a property where no one was living. So what happens to all these cats that we are trapping? The best case scenario for a feral cat is to be returned to the area where they were originally caught. We require these locations to have a caretaker that will subsidize their food and water needs. A caretaker also means that the colony will be monitored, as I mentioned earlier, so that if any injuries or new cats arrive, we can come in and try and resolve that situation. The ginger cat in this slide is an example of that. He was actually retrapped 4 years later when he became injured, and after he was treated for his injury, he was released again. And he is still a success story. He's still alive. So he has survived for 6 years, and because of his caretaker was actively caring for him, he did not suffer because of his injury. So Alley Cats will not just release cats to fend for themselves. We want them to have the best possible chance for survival. So if they cannot go back to where they were trapped, we work to find them suitable homes as barn cats, industrial mousers, etc. And we never euthanize a healthy animal. So slide 14, this is just showing, I think we're out of sync here with our slides. So there we go, we got a little baby kitten. So we take in quite a few litters of kittens that have lost their mothers, and they can range in age from a few days old to just being shy of being weaned. And these are what we call the bottle babies. And we have special foster homes for these cute little guys. Bottle feeding takes a lot of time and effort, especially for the really young ones, and we have great results. They make the best pets. However, that special milk that these babies require is expensive. It averages around $75 for each kitten just in the milk. So a litter of 5 kittens will cost about $375 to raise to the weaning stage, which is about 6 weeks of age. Then they switch to kitten food, which can also be expensive. So slide 15 is the next slide. That's just a picture of a cute little kitten. And I want to talk about our spay-neuter program right now, because we feel the solution to resolving this issue of abandoned cats and feral colonies is to spay and neuter the cats, as many as possible. So we have a program that we call SNAP, which stands for Spay, Neuter, as many as possible. And this year so far, we have assisted 28 families from the RDOS area, most of which are Costin and Karamias. We've assisted people in other areas as well, but I'm trying to keep our statistics related specifically to you. So 28 families, this alone represents between $5,000 to $7,000 helping those families. The families do donate whatever they can to assist with that program, but our outlay is in that price range. Having these pets altered makes them better pets and ensure that kittens are not given away for free, something that makes my hair stand on end, because there's no such thing as a free cat, because a cost of raising a cat properly is expensive. So that's one of our programs that we do. Currently, the cost of having a female cat spayed varies between, we do get discounts from our vets, but no vets work for us for free. So these costs I'm talking about represent what the average citizen is paying. So right now, the cost of having a female cat spayed can vary between $350 to over $500, depending on which vet you go to. And these costs do not reflect if there are any other factors to consider, such as the cat being in heat, they're still lactating from having kittens, etc. And all of those situations add even more to the cost. So you can see why some people on limited budgets have a very difficult time affording those costs. So Alley Cats operates entirely on volunteer efforts. We have no paid employees, and we rely entirely on donations and fundraising to support our efforts. With the negative effects that COVID has had on the last year and a half, it has really affected our ability to fundraise. And that limits how much help we can offer people and how much trapping, et cetera, we can do. The most expensive part of running our rescue is, of course, the vet fees. The calls we get are often from people who are at their wits' end. They are upset because of the starving, injured cats. They're unable to resolve the situation themselves and unable to get support from other organizations in the valley sometimes. We have people break into tears when we tell them we will help them. However, we also have to tell people that we cannot help them, but we always offer to do what we can. Sometimes we'll offer to give them food, to just help the situation until such time as we can go in there and trap, things like that. And we've also sometimes offered, supplied people with houses for the cats to shelter in until we are able to assist them. So the need is great. We are a very small group, but we do believe we're making a difference, and that is what keeps us going. Every cat that is spayed or neutered is a win for us as well as for the cat. So I just want to say we also, when we go into trap cats, I'm talking a lot about ferals in this presentation, but we come across a lot of socialized cats that have been abandoned for whatever reason. And those cats we pull out. Any kittens, of course, we pull out, and we rehome those. We adopt them out into loving homes, so they will not be released back. So one of the things I wanted to sum up is why we feel Alley Cats is deserving of this grant money is we're not just spaying and neutering cats, we're helping families to have a healthy pet. We take tremendous stress out of their lives because they no longer have to worry about finding homes for kittens every 4 or 5 months. And we're assisting with their own health and well-being, as pets are proven to be good for people's mental health, especially in these stressful times. Some people say, well, if they can't afford it, they shouldn't have the pet. But we feel that many people can provide an excellent home for cats, and if they just have a little bit of assistance. So we're reducing the numbers of feral cats that are struggling to feed themselves. One of the things we hear a lot about is the fact that feral cats prey on local bird populations. So we assist, as I mentioned earlier, with feeding people that are supporting colonies. If we are successful in having the colony maintained, eventually that colony will die out through a natural attrition. And so the situation is resolved in all areas. The concern about the birds, if they're being fed, they're not hunting as much, and they're healthy, so they're not affecting other people's pets that might come in contact with them. They're not affecting the other wildlife as far as health issues that can be passed on. So we really feel it's a win-win all around. So I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions if we still have more time for questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions from the board? Don't see any hands at this point.
No, nobody wants to talk about cats.
Thank you for that, and we'll move on to the next one.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thorough presentation. Yes.
Next, we have Andrea Turner with Critter-Aid.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Andrea Turner. I'm a pasture volunteer at Critter-Aid Animal Sanctuary, and I'm also the vice president of the board of directors. Thank you. Critter-Aid has been a part of this community since 1991. We started out as a cat sanctuary and have grown quite a bit. We currently have a 10-acre property where we have 48 pasture animals, and we have 90 cats and 12 dogs in foster homes. Every year we help many animals through outreach, fostering, rescues, surrenders, adoptions, and through supporting other rescues. We focus on the South Okanagan, but have help from Fort St. John to Chase, and even working with rescues in other provinces. I am not going to talk about all the animals we help today, the good stories and the heartbreaking ones. What I'm going to be demonstrating is how we help people. And I feel it's really important to show how we are part of the regional district and why this project and Critter Aid through this project merits support. So how do we receive support throughout the Similkameen and Okanagan area? We have community support all year long. We have donations, sponsorships, bequests, and wonderful organizations such as 100 Men Who Care and community anchors such as Okanagan College that donate and support us. We have our thrift store in Summerland and our refundable bottle program. We also really supported through our volunteers. We have volunteers that come from far away on a weekly basis to volunteer at a sanctuary. I personally have volunteers from OK Falls, from Peachland, from Karameas that come weekly to help me shovel manure for our goats and our cows. Wow, this is so much better when I was doing it in front of my own mirror. So we receive support from the community, and we help animals throughout the communities. But equally important is how we support people. We foster for families who are impacted by illness, violence, and homelessness. So especially right now during COVID, when we've had people that have reached out to us because their loved one is hospitalized and they couldn't even come to be with them. So we can at least look after the animals. We provide education programs to the schools and community engagement, such as reaching out to senior centers, and they come out for field trips, especially in the last year or so when they're so isolated and they spend time with our animals. We currently have school programs in Penticton and Summerland where kids come out to spend time. The private school in Summerland called Unisys, both of the regular schools in Summerland, Princess Margaret, Penticton High School, they all have programs where their students are coming out to see us and spend time with our animals, and they are learning awesome skills. And in addition to that, we also support other programs such as the soup kitchen, the food bank, and anyone who reaches out to us who needs support for their animals. So why are we asking for help? Critter Aid will always keep their lights on. We will never be in a position where we cannot feed these guys, that we cannot manage our property. But we have expenses that we fundraise for throughout the year. This is a big ticket item. We, as a pasture volunteer, I can tell you, it is not a luxury setting. We have floors that leak every day that we have to clean up for our volunteers. We have roofs that leak. We have irrigation that breaks, fences that need repairing. And we as a charity, we fundraise, we manage, we constantly are looking for ways to look after that. But this is a big project. So why should you support the heat pump we need for our goat enclosure? I truly believe we are helping build leaders. So the students, the people from the John Howard Society, clients from PDSCL that come out to our sanctuary, with having the properly designed goat enclosure, which we are building, they will be able to come safely to spend time, because some of our animals are not a good place for some of our more vulnerable people to spend time with. We have an 1,100-pound pig. We have ducks that like to get under feet. So by building a place like this, we will have individuals that will be coming, they'll be spending time with animals, they'll be mentoring. This will be a safer place for our animals, and it will also be a safe place for people to learn skills and receive unimaginable positive reinforcement. When I was reviewing the RDOS strategic plan, I strive to see where our project fits, because everyone knows that charities deserve support, but it also has to fit with the mandate of what is out there. And I was struck by two things: sustainable and meeting public needs through continuous improvement of key services. That is exactly what we are doing and what we are. Critter Aid, through our engagement with our communities, it is creating sustainable network where people learn, they give, and they mentor. And especially during, as everyone probably has mentioned COVID several times, it is a really important way of combating isolation and loneliness for vulnerable populations. And that was kind of all I had. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to come here this morning.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll ask if there's any questions from the board. Director Bauer, go ahead.
Is it on? Yeah, okay. I just have one question. So the 450 square foot enclosure you're building, and you're talking about a heat pump you put in there that will cost $11,340. So I just put a heat pump in my house that's 1,500 square feet, and that was under 6, including the electrician and everything. So for 450, you would need about 9,000 BTU, which is about maximum $1,500 for the unit. So I'm wondering how you get to that 11,000?
That was what was recommended to us by the professionals that have been out to the property and see the space. I believe some of the expenses were with it being an external unit with having to protect it against the animals, but that is what the RPR heating was recommending we would need for that space. That being said, prior to coming here, that was the only estimate that we had so far. So we definitely would be getting estimates from other places as well.
Yeah, so I think that you were kind of a little bit, I don't know who did it, but I don't know what kind of plans they have. Mine is identical. It's an outdoor unit. Douglas goes inside. And for a small enclosure like that, you wouldn't need a unit that costs that much. And I don't know, even including electrician and everything, that thing is maybe 4 to 6 hours to install the whole thing. So it really, I don't see that cost.
I appreciate that feedback.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Director Kazakovich.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I just was wanting to point out clarification on the regional grant and aid application form. It is checked off that Critter Aid has not received funding before from the RDOS, when in fact there has been grant money provided. It may not have been under regional grant and aid, but I know that there has been electoral area grant and aid money provided. Not huge, but Area E has provided some funding in the past. It was a while ago, and I'm not sure about other electoral areas. So I just wanted to clarify that for the board.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, we thank you again for the presentation and move on to the next one.
Okay, next we've got the Penticton Art Gallery, and Paul Crawford will be presenting.
Fantastic. And I was, the clickers. Oh, sorry about that. Fantastic. I have thank you very much for allowing me to speak with you here today. My name is Paul Crawford. I'm the director curator of the Penticton Art Gallery. I've been there now for 15 years as of November the 1st, full time. And really thrilled to be able to express and share with you a project we have coming up here called the Ignite the Arts Festival, a new arts festival we're hoping to start here in Penticton. Well, we will be starting here in Penticton this coming March and April, and would very much love to gain the support of the regional district and have you come on as a partner organization as we try to build this new shoulder season event here in Penticton. I also want to acknowledge that we're thrilled to be able to operate on the unceded traditional territorial lands of the Okanagan Silk people. So the festival is going to be a 10-day festival starting on March 25th to April the 3rd. You may be thinking that's a rather ambitious thing to start off with. And yes, maybe it is, but it's more on paper than it is in reality. The fact of the matter is a lot of the components of this are just already exist in our programming, and we're going to be just expanding upon that. So let's just see if we figure this out. There we are. Oh, There we are. Okay. So the purpose of this event is trying to create a new event here in Penticton. And I had this slide and the text is in my grant application to you as well. But it's basically trying to create, I think we've got this really special moment in time here. The last 2 years has created a great sense of isolationism and has created a lot of mental health issues amongst our community. And I think it's critical that we work together to try and rebuild our community and strengthen up that community bond that we have. And if any of you have ever been to a festival, you always realize there's never any miserable people at a festival. And why has that now become the exception and not the norm? Back in the day, that was the norm. We had community spaces, we gathered as a community, we celebrated as a community. It was, in some way, it was sort of like ceremony. And I find that you look at our community and just see the attrition, higher fences, doesn't make for a safer community as well. And also the spin-off effect doesn't just affect the citizens of Penticton of this, it affects everyone in the regional district. Our draw is going to be about a 100-kilometer radius for the first year. So all the regional districts here will be affected, their citizens will be benefiting from this. And what benefits Penticton also will benefit everybody here as well. So the creative team that's behind all this, I've got my wife, Julie Fowler, recent recipient of a BC Achievement Award for her work up in Wells, British Columbia, where for 17 years she built the Island Mount Arts organization, but also the Arts Wells Festival, which she started in 2004. Island Mount Arts had 1 part-time staff member and a budget of under $100,000. We started the festival that year, and over the 17 years that we ran the festival, we grew that organization from 1 staff member to 5 full-time staff members, and we brought in over $750,000 worth of revenue into that community. Wells is a town of 250 people at the end of the road, up by Barkerville Historic Town. You got to take a definite turn, a right-hand turn when you get past Quesnel and go there. It's not somewhere you go because you just want to go, you go there with purpose. And over the years, we grew our festival. From the first year, we had, I think we had like 12 paid people. And it took 5 years till we had more paid people than we actually had audience member. But by the time we were finished, we had over 3,500 people come to the town over that weekend. So we're going to basically take that model that we built in Wells, and we're going to take all the good parts of that, and we're going to build it into this festival we're doing here as well. Ruthie Tabata is another person who's helping us out. She's with the Vancouver Film Festival. She's also ran the Push Festival in Vancouver and a whole bunch of other festivals as well. She's got over 20 years worth of festival experience. Myself as well, running the gallery. We've got a long track record of successful events that we've done here in Penticton over the last 15 years. And my involvement with the Arts Wells Festival, the Festival of Freedom of Forks in Grand Forks, and a bunch of other festivals. So collectively, we have over 75 years of hands-on, successful, award-winning festival experience that's gained both national and international attention. And we have our staff at the gallery, plus we have a growing number of community partners that will all be helping to make this thing successful. The thing about Arts Wells too, when I was up there, I would promote it fiercely everywhere I would go. And we had a lot of buy-in from the Okanagan Valley. And here we have Daniel Savage and her band performing on the roof of Glenn Clark, a local artist truck, outside of the Island Mountain Arts Gallery there. We always drew heavily from the Okanagan, and we have that built-in audience and that loyalty to the brand of what we created in Wells that will also come back to support us here. So as I said, it's going to be a 10-day festival, and yeah, we'll just go past that. Skip past that, and we'll just tell you. I'm going to run you through the week just so you have an understand what the 10 days are going to entail. The first day, March 25th, it's a Friday night, and that's going to kick off with our Square Mural project. We did our first iteration of it this last year. We had 8 artists. We worked with Cannery Brewing. We paid those 8 artists $500 up front, and then after the period of the exhibition, we auctioned them off on October 27th, and we raised $20,500. 50% of that proceeds went back to the artist's pockets, and the other 50% goes towards next year's running of that same program again. We're going to expand it in the coming years, so we'll have 10 artists, and in 2023, we're going to expand it to other breweries in the community as well. And it's really all about putting money back into artists' pockets. Artists, amongst most economic sectors, were the hardest hit over the last 2 years of COVID. So that'll be the Friday night. It'll be a single event, Cannery Brewing, and it'll be a free event for the public to enjoy. Saturday night, Saturday the 26th. Sorry, I got to turn off my phone. It's my wife. Saturday the 26th will be the second day of the festival. This is what we traditionally would have for our March friend raiser. It would be the spring opening of our March exhibition cycle. We've got 3 exhibitions happening in our gallery. The afternoon of that day, we're going to have 2 artist talks. We're going to feature Carol Moisevich, a Vancouver artist. She's 80 years old, lived in the town of Lytton, lost her entire life's work in the fire. My wife worked with her husband, Gordon, on the Two Rivers Remix Festival. They hung up the phone at 4:30 that afternoon, and at 5:30, they were running for their lives, and they lost everything. And she's going to create a body of work that talks about the experience that she had going through over the last 6 months, since she lost her entire family, her community, and everything else. And she's going to create a whole entire new body of work, sort of re-examining that and climate change and everything else that's involved with that. We'll also be having Daniel Crissa, who's from Summerland. She's also gained international fame for her blog, The Jealous Curator, and she'll be doing an artist talk as well as some workshops that afternoon. The evening, we're going to start off, we're going to invite everyone to meet down to the gallery at 6:30, and we're going to then have a parade around the community. When we were in Wells, that was always something we did at the beginning of each festival. To great success, great community involvement. Again, a free event, as with the artist talks that afternoon. And we'll be kicking off our main gallery exhibition when we get back, called Migration Parade, featuring 2 Penticton artists, Daniel Savage and Alexander Goodall. And they're creating this massive multimedia interactive exhibition in the gallery. They're hiring local artists and local individuals to create a performance aspect to accompany that exhibition as well. So it'll be a really engaging and community involved exhibition program. So on the Sunday, this is the first weekend, again, Sunday the 27th, from 1 to 4 o'clock, we're going to be working with the Okanagan Immigrant Society, and we're going to be unveiling their Unbox project. As part of their festival in April, their One World Festival, they will be launching the Unbox project, and a month later at the Ignite the Arts Festival, we will be doing a free public presentation of that project that they're working on that explores racism in our community. That evening, we're going to be working with the Two Rivers Remix Festival out of Lytton. They were supposed to have a festival earlier this year, but when the town burned down, everyone was evacuated. They had to pivot their own operations. And what they did was they decided to take their festival out into communities. So it's an Indigenous run and led organization and an Indigenous festival. And they have been traveling around the province, hosting Indigenous events to celebrate contemporary Indigenous art and culture. And they'll be doing a whole free evening here in Penticton, highlighting some of the best Indigenous artists working in BC today. From Monday to Friday, so the 28th to the 1st, the Art Gallery is going to act as an umbrella organization, working with all our community arts organizations within the region. So from Summerland down to Oliver, working with the arts councils and various other groups to promote all the incredible arts activities that there are, and hopefully encourage people to do more. So we're looking at doing things like spring camps, activities for adults, children. It'll be the full gamut. Anybody who's running a program, we're happy to promote it. We're not looking for any money out of it. We're just looking to gather up the inventory of what's happening and provide access to it to a wider audience and promote it to a wider field to attract more tourists and people to come to Penticton over the reading break weekend. Each night during that week, on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday night, we're going to provide an opportunity for local groups to gather as collectives or as individuals to highlight the work that their organizations do and the staff and the faculty that run those organizations. And I've got an application to the City of Penticton and for either the Bus Barn or the Cleveland Theater, and I have other places if that doesn't work out. But each night we'll be featuring one or more of those organizations to help them to raise the profile of what they do and the people they engage and the community that they have to a much broader audience. We have Pechacucha and Penticton has already signed on as a partner, and they're going to be doing a thing on Thursday, and the Anauken Center as well has also expressed an interest to do a feature evening as well, featuring the amazing work that they do out there on the reserve. Friday night will be the beginning of the ticketed part of the event. So we are selling tickets to the festival, and we got to pay for it somehow. So we've done a lot of free stuff so far. We're hoping that we'll have a lot of community partners such as yourself to help us pay artists and pay people in the community to help put on this event. But for the second weekend, we're going to have a ticketed part of the event, and that'll be based largely on the Arts Wells model. The Friday night, we'll have one stage. We'll have 5 bands starting at 7 o'clock, running till 1 a.m. And with each ticket that the audience buys, we've put on a coupon for $15. That $15 coupon we used to do at Arts Wells, and up there we use it as a way to drive traffic to the merch booth so the public could then go out and support the artists that they really enjoyed by buying their merchandise. In the public's mind, it was a free $15 coupon. They didn't see it as money, but we paid that $15 out to each of those artists. For our festival, we're looking to do that same thing with a coupon, but expand the ability for people to use that coupon out to local businesses as well. So we're going out to the restaurant community and other people to use our festival bucks, $15 coupon, to use those businesses, support businesses in our community in what is traditionally one of the slower times of the year. Our early bird tickets will go on sale on December the 1st. Saturday and Sunday during the day, we're looking to have 4 venues to start off with, starting at noon and running until 10 o'clock on the Saturday night and 5 o'clock on the Sunday night. Each venue will have an hour-long performance. They will switch off, and ticket holders will have the ability to circulate around from venue to venue. It's amazing the power of a wristband in helping build community. It gives you license to talk to people that you wouldn't talk to normally. You walk by a venue, you see someone coming out, because they have that wristband, you can engage in a conversation. You can ask them, what do they just see? What are they excited about seeing? And it's incredible to see the power that it has to bring people together on a common journey. And so our 4 venues for the first year, possibly 5, will be in the downtown core of Penticton. It's important that they're close enough that people can circulate easily within a 5 to 10 minute walk between venues. And so that's what we're looking to do. And we've got plans, and we've got far more interest to expand it than what we have. But the reality is we've got to build capacity. So our first year, we're looking at 4 venues at 100 people per venue. We're looking to sell 400 tickets. That may seem ambitious as well, but for our Soup Bowls event that we have at the gallery, we sell 500 tickets annually when we could have it back as an in-person event. Our annual art auction, we sell 250 tickets. And with the community and the network that we have with the Arts Wells Festival brand and all the people that we know, it shouldn't be any problem to sell 400 tickets. And already through our call for artists and applications, we're already receiving applications from across the region, British Columbia, and even internationally. So that'll happen. So all those daytime venues on the Saturday will all end at 10 o'clock. And at 10 o'clock, we'll all gather at one venue, and we'll go from 10 o'clock until 1 a.m. with one single venue. So those that remain for the evening can all gather collectively and enjoy that collective experience. On the Sunday, everything will end at 5 o'clock, and at 6 o'clock, we'll have our volunteer, donor, sponsor, and artist reception party as a thank you to the community for all the people who have invested in the festival to make that happen. And I would certainly love to invite you all there as well if you're interested in coming on as a sponsor. And so that's pretty much the festival. Like I said, we've got extensive experience on it. It's a model that's been proven time and time again. Over the 70 years of the Arts Wells Festival, there's been no fewer than 10 other festivals that started based upon people's interactions and experiences at Arts Wells, and they've used the exact same model to all great success. Then we got Tiny Lights Festival in Weimar. You've got the the Wood Stove Festival in Cumberland. You've got the Music on the Mountain Festival up in Fort St. James. You've got Arts on the Fly and Horsefly, and I'm just going to come up blank with the rest, but I'd be happy to share those with you. I did bring copies of Arts Wells Festival programs if you want to see the extent of what we did. But at the end of our run of Arts Wells, which we ended in 2019, we had 14 stages going, running for Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. We attracted over 500 artists to Wells. The biggest problem with us there is accommodations. We have a mine that came into town, and they bought up 2 of the motels, so we lost 80% of our rental accommodations in our 50th year. So we had to rely a lot on campers, which meant we lost a lot of people that didn't want to camp. Here in March, we got no shortage of hotel rooms, and we have access to that exact same demographic and that community that we could bring down here. And if you were to go out and talk to people in Quesnel, Williams Lake, and Prince George, the spin-off economic impact of the Arts Wells Festival was felt hugely by each and every one of those communities. So each and every one of you in the regional district will also see economic impact one way or the other because of what we're doing here in Penticton and by the nature of this festival. And we do see this as a regional play, and we also see it as a long-term goal. Like, it's not something we're looking to do for once, and I really appreciate your time. I hope I haven't rambled on too much. And I sent around everybody a package. We did, on the 2019 festival, we did an economic impact study of the Arts Wells Festival, and they also did 4 other festivals in the province, including Tiny Lights, which was modeled after the Arts Wells Festival. And it could just show you in very clear numbers the economic impact of events such as this. And yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Any questions from the board? Seeing none at this point.
Come to the gallery, I'll buy you a coffee.
All right. Thank you again.
Okay, next we have Jared Hibner and Christy Butterworth with the Okanagan Boys and Girls Club.
Some of them, just the kid up there. Can't get nervous.
Good morning, everybody. How are we all doing? Yeah? We're awake. That's amazing. That's good. Can we have like a thumbs up? Thumbs up, I'm fully caffeinated. I need a little bit more coffee, and I need a bucket of coffee. Yeah, okay, we got thumbs up back there. That's good. Excellent. Yeah, so my name is Jared Hidber. I'm the Director of Operations here for BGC Okanagan, formerly what was Boys and Girls Club of Okanagan. We've recently transitioned to a more inclusive name. This is Christy Butterworth. She is the Director of Youth Services for our youth stream. And yeah, we're here to present to you today around what we can do with our youth programming as far as recreation goes. So thank you very much for having us. So a little bit of agenda. We're going to talk a little bit about our organization, the current programs that we have running, the impact of this RDOS, of RDOS support, and then finally we'll end off with an impact story.
So our mission is to provide a safe, supportive place where children and youth can experience new opportunities, overcome barriers, build positive relationships, and develop confidence and skills for life. Our values include belonging, respect, encouragement and support, working together, speaking out, and advocating for children, youth, and families. Our vision for the future is that all children and youth discover and achieve their dreams and grow to be healthy, successful, and active participants in society.
And so a little bit about what our club does. So we operate in 42 locations throughout the Okanagan. So as from Falkland down to Karamias, and we do multiple things. So we have family programs, youth programs, middle years programs, and early years programs. What we're talking about here is our youth programming as far as recreation. And really, when you look at our grassroots programs, that's the stuff that you traditionally think of as BGC. And those are the programs in small communities offering after school drop-in for people who want to play floor hockey, learn how to do art, some leadership capacity. So that's really what we're talking about here. But we have a whole bunch of programs kind of ranging through that spectrum. Next. Do like a special thing. maybe if we could do, I don't think our clicker is working at the moment. There we go.
Wouldn't be a good presentation without a technical difficulty. So our Summerland Youth Center currently provides free recreation 3 days per week, providing activities such as arts and crafts, life skills development, sports, homework support, and meeting basic needs. Our Yes Penticton program is designed to meet the need for free recreation as identified by local youth. The program has been available to offer such programs as Keystone, a Boys and Girls Clubs of Canada program that teaches leadership skills, and Donuts, a virtual cooking program. Each week, youth would be provided with an activity kit with all the supplies needed and ingredients to prepare the chosen menu item. Our Oliver Youth Center provides free recreation on Friday evenings and offers similar programming to our Summerland Youth Center, such as arts and crafts, games, life skills development, and sports.
This is just one example of a schedule that we've done in Summerland. So we're actually adding the Wednesday, so for some homework support there, but this is kind of an example of some programming. So we have some leadership development. You can come in and just enjoy a community, arts and crafts, and then some physical literacy in sport and dodgeball and whatnot. So with your support, we would really love to continue to offer programs for youth. So 3 days per week in Summerland, the continuity of service in Oliver, and then finally really make the YES programming stable here in Penticton and hopefully grow that a little bit too. We've had some big success, as Christy mentioned, with the cooking program, the virtual program. One of our staff who's just very passionate about cooking, she left the Okanagan region, but she continued to do it virtually, and we had a lot of buy-in there, and it was really cool, especially over the pandemic, to work with youth in Penticton, the Okanagan region, around learning new skills and cooking for themselves. So, yeah.
The funds from RDCO will also support us to expand and diversify our programming to better meet the needs within these communities. For example, in Summerland, we have identified food insecurity as a community issue, and these funds will allow us to provide youth with more opportunities to access food. So now I would like to share with you an impact story from one of our staff at the Oliver Youth Center about the impact that the program has had on participants. The Oliver Youth Center has had a positive impact on many youth. But one youth in particular stands out. I connected with this youth at the youth summit at their high school, and they've remained connected to the program throughout all of their high school years. They have even continued to stay connected while attending UBC to earn a degree and will attend the program on Fridays after work to volunteer. This now young adult not only created meaningful relationships during their time at the hangar, but felt a sense of belonging, which has led them to become a volunteer. This volunteer is now an example for youth and motivates teens to pursue whatever they want to achieve. Through attending the Oliver Youth Center, this young adult was able to build a sense of belonging, develop leadership skills, and learn to give back to their community. These are all important skills that our programs are designed to teach youth. So I'd like to thank you for having us here today and allowing us to present, and we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Any questions from the board? Director Bauer?
Yeah, thank you for that. I just have one quick question on your financial sheet there. You say 8,000 for administration. What do you mean by that?
So with most of our programs, we do 10% back to administration. So that'd be things organizing HR processes, administration, the management of those staff that would be delivering the programs. Yeah, those costs.
Okay, I guess what's different to the wages and benefits versus the administration? Is there a difference?
Yeah, so wages and benefits will be direct people putting on those programs. So the actual staff supporting and delivering on the programs in Penticton, Summerland, and Oliver.
Okay, thanks.
Director Coyne?
Oh, not yet.
Coyne Jr.?
There we go. Just a question about the Similkameen. You said you go to Carameus once in a while. I don't see anything on your website, and I don't see any services in Princeton either. So is there a reason for that?
So pre-pandemic, we were offering some recreation, I think, in Carameus. We're hoping now that we're kind of hopefully coming out of somewhat of what that looks like, we can start those recreation programs again in those smaller communities. So you're right, not currently.
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead, Director Roberts.
Thank you. A quick question, whether or not, or how do people access the information to have, like, let's say your online cooking programs, those kinds of resources when you're using technology? How do the youth find out about it? Are those usually connected by those involved in the organization? Or do you have an outreach program in regards to these new initiatives that have started up, especially during COVID?
We advertise our programs in recreational guides. We have a lot of word of mouth, like youth that attend the programmings, talking to their friends. We've got staff that work out of schools in Penticton and Summerland. They advertise the programming, and we do promote. The staff and the programs will go out to community events and things and promote as well.
Okay, any other questions? Director Knodel.
Just going to question your time frame for starting in your operations in the smell community. Right now, this seems to be almost urban directed. I'm very much in favor of your program, but it's almost seeming like it's not fully regional at this point, and that concerns me a little from the smell community's point of view.
It's kind of similar to my response to Director Coyne. As we're looking again, a lot of our programs took a significant hit from COVID, and that included a lot of those smaller recreational programs happening in small places like Carameus. And so as we kind of look into the next year, it's definitely a focus of ours again, and to get it back into those smaller communities. I don't have anything concrete right now, but it's a focus going forward.
I might suggest that you look at both area and urban contact, contacting the towns themselves too. It might fit a little better in the future. We'll talk later, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for the presentation.
Okay, next we have Nada Joss from the Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team.
Oh my God, okay.
Oh, I see the presentation.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Everybody else is seeing too, the way it's set up.
That's fine.
Yeah, you'll see everything there.
Okay. Perfect. Okay.
A question? With four?
Okay.
Good morning.
Just give us.
To the chair, sorry, I had a question for Mr. Zaffino. Can you remind me, sorry, what we spent on regional grant and aid for 2021?
It was $25,450 for all of those that the board approved.
Are we having technical difficulties? Yes.
Okay, all right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Nada Joss. I'm a volunteer with the Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team. And we're a registered society in the province of BC and a registered charity federally. There we go. ALERT is a group of professional volunteers responding in the South Okanagan. We follow the incident command system, and we've been operating here since the Garnet Fire in 1994. We deploy for emergency support service for domestic household pets and directly through the EOC. For hobby farmers where livestock require evacuation, sheltering, and reunification. We also provide education to help property owners with developing emergency plans for evacuation that include their animals. I was here last year in support of ALERT application for a grant and aid for our CCAN. Thank you for this. It's become our central storage and is located at Penticton Fire Hall number 2, where we replenish our supplies for the entire South Okanagan. We did go over budget due to the cost of CCANs escalating so dramatically, but with an emergency online raffle undertaken by a private individual, we managed the difference and the CCAN is operational. Outfitting the CCAN with shelves was done by our volunteers. Today I come before you and require a grant and aid for ALERT to purchase steel fence panels. Not only for the well-being of the animals themselves, but fence panels also help keep our volunteers safe, especially because the animals we are helping are anxious and unsure of themselves. The unpredictability of the situation can be dangerous, and the fence panels help us as well. ALERT's primary concern is always the safety of our volunteers. When working during stressful events, such as emergency and disasters, accidents can and will happen. This photo was taken from the first night of tactical evacuations from the Ninkmee Creek wildfire on July 19th, as we started evacuating horses and pigs. We have always been aware of importance of portable fencing, but never before in this past year, partly because we were deployed steadily from the end of May until last month. Although we may not anticipate responding to as many fires at one time as we did this past summer, we also completely aware that we are likely faced with wildfires now for the rest of our time. Additionally, more property owners seem to be developing hobby farms, and this is one of the emergency preparedness that is an identified gap for the responders. We find that people have probably more animals that they can evacuate if they need to. Oops. We've always been aware of the sorry, it's not my computer. I'm just going to skip it. Horses and other livestock need room to move. We immediately started to figure out how we could get these animals exercise. Digestion, mobility, mental health are just 3 of the big concerns. So we arranged for one of our volunteers who has students in horsemanship to come and help exercise the horses. We also started sourcing portable fencing, and we're lucky enough to find someone who was willing to lend us a number of panels for the duration of the fire. We were gifted with cash donations from Phantom Creek Estate Winery and from private donor to purchase a few more and provide turnout for the animals in our care. The Desert Park Equine Recreation Facility and the racetrack in Osoyoos and the PXA in Princeton are official alert animal sites. They can handle a large amount of livestock throughout emergencies in the entire province, and being able to improve upon that is a privilege for alert. Portable fencing can go anywhere in a reasonable amount of time. When you're responsible for animals in care, especially for extended periods of time, it is vital to help them to be comfortable and happy. It was such a pleasure to be able to provide support to the families that were evacuated for so long by helping the animals adjust to their temporary surroundings. Reunification Day is always our favorite day, especially this year because the animals were away from their homes for so long. This is why we do what we do, and I hope I've been able to impact to each of you the importance of this project. I hope you consider our application with favor. Thank you for this opportunity to present. Any questions?
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Before I go to questions from the board, the CAO wanted to speak, so go ahead.
So we also have this on as a program change for later on in the discussion. If the board recalls from last year when Alert presented, it was a suggestion at the time because it seems now to be an integral part of our emergency response system that we look at making it a line account instead of an annual request for a grant. Not that the board can't make a grant for a fence or fencing panels, but we expect that we'll have an ongoing, very close relationship with Alert through our emergency response program each year. Certainly 2021 proved the necessity for us including them in our planning for future years. So I wanted the board to be aware of that. And again, not to suggest that you shouldn't be awarding a grant for fencing panels. I'm sure they're necessary, but this will come up again shortly when we get into our program changes.
Okay, thank you for that. And to the questions, I'll start with hands again. I didn't see. Go ahead, please.
Well, this might be, having just heard what the CEO said, this might be a question more appropriate for that time that I have, but I'll ask it now anyway. I guess with more, as you say, more and more hobby farmers are buying properties, and probably when they purchase their properties, the thought of having to evacuate their animals might not be something they've thought of. And as you say, wildfires are becoming more of the norm rather than the exception. So I'm just wondering, what do you see as the long-term solution, and what is the opportunity of shifting the responsibility and the program cost to the animal owners themselves through some kind of maybe an insurance that they pay into on an annual basis or something like that?
Well, education definitely is in the forefront to have people think about if they need to evacuate, how they're actually going to do that. That seems to be the only thing, is that they need to be aware that they have to be responsible for those animals that they have on their property and be able to evacuate them in time of need. And so an alert we take a role in that, with going out to people, with trying to educate them on that, going to events in the community to represent ourselves with information on that so people can become more aware.
Okay. Director Spencer Coyne.
Thank you. Off of what Director Holmes just said, I've just thought of something, and that's How, do you guys know what the breakdown between like farmers and ranchers versus hobby farmers or people who have pet chickens, like who are you helping? Because I know like in 2017, when we had our fires in Princeton, it was those people that needed the help and, you know, the ranchers, not the farmers. We've got systems.
Yeah, I don't have an actual percentage of it, but in my experience with it, it's definitely the hobby farmers, you know, the people that have a few chickens, that people have, you know, a couple of horses and a donkey, and that they're the ones that do need help. Ranchers seem to have it pretty much under control and tend to be more proactive with getting their cattle out of certain areas if they can, given the fire situation. So definitely it's the hobbyists that we're having to address most.
Any further questions from the board? Seeing none, again, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Move on to the next.
Next, we have Jim and Kathleen from First Things First Okanagan.
This will be yours. Oh, thank you very much. My name is Jim Beattie, and I'm the chair of First Things First Okanagan. I'd like to begin by thanking the RDOS for providing funds for community grants, and I'd also like to thank the directors for taking the time to consider them so carefully. First Things First is a climate change information and action group. We were established approximately 7 years ago, and over the last 7 years, we've interacted, engaged with the community on this serious issue of climate change. Our motto is to think globally and act locally. And to that extent, we've held numerous events up and down the valley. We've had 3 alternate energy symposium. We have brought in guest speakers from the International Panel of Climate Change and from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and from universities and just local people talking about their ideas and their knowledge of how climate change will affect the Okanagan. A very important part of the work that we do is with students. We regularly reach out to the high school students, engage them in events, support them in the work that they're doing in composting, on recycling, and on considering the important scientific reality of climate change. So youth are a very, very important part of that. Today we are here to ask for support for a specific program called the Cool It program, which we have been delivering for 4 years in the Okanagan. And I would like to introduce another person on the chair, on the board, I should say, Kathleen Davies, who is the chair of the Education Committee. Kathleen?
Thanks, Jim, and good morning, everybody. I see some familiar faces in the group, and some of you will have heard what I'm going to say at least once before. It's good to be here and looking for support from you for the Cool It Climate Challenge program, which is a program developed by the BC Sustainable Energy Association, a not-for-profit organization based in the Lower Mainland. Excuse me. And the program is well established in the Lower Mainland. It's been in place for many years and has reached thousands of children and their families through the presentation of the Cool It Challenge. Just a brief, quick summary of how the program is delivered. It's delivered in modules generally of 4 classes. They can be 4 classes from one school, 2 classes from one, 2 from another, in the same general area. The program that the level of program that we have delivered in the South Okanagan is at the elementary and middle school level. There is also now a development of the program for high school students, and we'll be looking at going in that direction as well. We got this, we do have the slides. The program encourages the students, engages the students to focus on things that they can do to make a difference to their impact on the climate in their daily living. It exists of a presentation by our educator for 90 minutes for each classroom. The children are then given a challenge to take home and complete over a period of a month. The results of that challenge are collected by the educator and transposed into GHG emissions saved. On average, the savings of GHG emissions amount to about 1 ton per classroom over the period of the month. First Things First has facilitated the delivery of this program, as Jim said, over the last number of years. We have delivered 2 years in a row in Summerland and are scheduled to deliver the program again in Summerland before Christmas, November, December. Summerland has been very supportive of the program in providing ongoing funding for the Cool It program in Summerland. In Penticton, we delivered the program last year in 2020, and it is also scheduled to be delivered again November, December, before Christmas, in combination of 2 classes at Wiltsea Elementary School and Uplands Elementary School in Penticton. What we're looking for now is an opportunity to expand the program further south in the Okanagan to Oliver and Osuz. Penticton, I should say, has been very supportive of the program in agreeing to a municipal grant for each year that the program has been presented. There is a shortfall in Penticton that we need to seek further sponsors for, and we have had Berry and Smith in Penticton as a sponsor. This year, the shortfall is being made up by donations from the parent advisory committees at Wiltsea and Upland schools. The cost of the program: when COVID developed, BCSEA amended their program to make it available as an online program. So the delivery in 2020 was actually the online version. We believe for November, December, right now, we're going back to the in-person delivery with the educator in the classroom, being directly connected with the students. The cost for 4 classes in the classroom, based on in the classroom delivery, is $2,500. The cost for the online delivery is $2,750. And we can accommodate additional classes at a prorated cost. The cost covers the program development by the BC Sustainable Energy Association, educator compensation, all the materials, prizes for the winning classes and students, because it is a competition, and the calculation of the GHG emissions saved and reporting back to the sponsors of the delivery of the program. So if the RDOS agrees to our request for some funding, the benefit to the RDOS will mean that, or benefits, as a sponsor, the RDOS logo will be included on all materials that the children take home. Locally specific actions can be included in the program and have in the past been included in the program. The BCSEA provides a final report to the sponsors for inclusion in local and provincial reporting. And there's also, of course, a local reduction in GHG emissions and waste. And I've just been talking and forgetting about the PowerPoint, so we'll just skip through these quickly. There's also a benefit to the community. On average, students and their families, as I said, reduce their GHG emissions by 1 ton of CO2 per month for the month that they're involved in the program, and we hope continuing thereafter. There will be a reduction in the young people's anxiety when considering climate change issues because they now have some knowledge and understanding. And we believe that this program provides a bridge from school learning to real-life situations. Just very briefly, this slide here shows, probably not very visible, but it does show the types of activities that the kids undertake while they're involved in the climate challenge. Further actions that students have taken and can take. A happy student won the photo competition with her activities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Another happy student. And we think it's critical that young people get involved and educated about things they can do to contribute to a change in the world we all live in. I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Any questions from the board? Director Spencer Coyne.
Thank you. I see that you're in the Okanagan. Do you guys do anything in the Similkameen Valley?
We're focused on the South Okanagan, the Okanagan Valley at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Director Kozakovich?
Thank you, Kathy and Jim, for your presentation. I think very timely, something that we need to be focusing on more with our citizens and starting with our students. I might just say it sounds super cool. My question is, I'm not seeing a lot of the elementary schools in our rural areas being involved right now. Is that a possibility? And is it specifically because of a lack of funding? And could there be funding through those rural schools, PACs, and possibly the electoral area directors doing an electoral area grant and aid to bring that program to those rural schools?
Of course, we need to arrange funding. And I think that's where a lot of our energy goes. Yes, there is a possibility to, not a possibility, but a probability of approaching both of those two sources for funding. And also, with the support we had in 2020 from Berry and Smith. That's an example of there being support from local businesses as well. That's also a route to pursue.
Director Monteith?
Sorry, thank you. To the chair, what would be the cost to bring it to a rural school if one school was interested? Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you ask that question again?
Sorry, so I represent Khalidin Elementary. So if an elementary school is interested in the program, what would the cost be to add it to the program?
To add it on an ongoing basis or to run it on a one-time basis? Yeah, it's run on a one-time basis. We look for 4 classes, so 4 classes from the one school to be involved. The cost would be $2,500. That's basically the smallest unit, smallest module that it is cost efficient to deliver, given the time that's required of the educator and compensating the educator and the other costs, producing materials and so on. I can tell you, First Things First is a not-for-profit organization here in the Okanagan. The actual management of the program from the point of view of training the educator, I've lost my thread. Training the educator, providing the materials, that's done by BCSEA. What First Things First does is find the educator, connect with BCSEA, find the funding, we facilitate in those ways, and identify the schools that would like to have the program. So rural schools are really important, I think, because all kids are important. We're relatively new at this, but we want to expand it. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Director Holmes?
Yes, thank you. I was just wondering, what is your relationship with the school boards like for this for delivering the program, and do they contribute anything, and how do they contribute? Thanks.
The answer to that is quite small. Our connection with the school board is not big. They don't contribute financially. We have had some assistance from them in delivering notice of the program's availability to all schools in the School District 67 area. But that's something I think that we have to pursue further and establish on an ongoing basis, because that's a fairly new connection.
Director Bauer?
Hello, good. On your budget detail, you have twice listed BCCEA fees for $1,000 for existing classes and for the new classes. Is that the money you pay for the material they supply to you? Or?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the detail. I can't see who's asking me. Oh, thank you. I can't even read lips from this distance, but it's nice to know who to look at. Could you
of course,
ask
yes.
that again?
So on your budget detail, you list the BCCEA fees twice, $1,000 for existing classes and $1,000 for the 8 new classes. Is that the fees you pay to the BCCEA for educational material? Is that what you mean by that?
It is the fee for the maintenance of the program and revising it and developing the actual program on an ongoing basis. So of the $2,500 cost for 4 classes, $500 of that $2,500 is that fee to BCSEA for ongoing maintenance and development of the program. So, and what do they do with that ongoing maintenance and development? They include local initiatives, and they have done so on the suggestion of our educator from the South Okanagan, who learned of activities the children are involved, well, it was specifically Summerland, were involved in Summerland, and some of that were not already included in the challenge, and so those were included. BCSEA upgraded the program to the online version. That was all of BCSEA's work. And they've developed now the high school version of the program. So that's an ongoing fee towards the actual maintenance and development of the program. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. That's
Thank
exactly
you.
what I wanted to know. Thanks.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, thank you for the presentation.
Thank
And
you all
we
very much.
will now take a 15-minute break. I think we have time for that, and then we'll continue on with the following presentations. give a yell out the door for me too. So.
Is your mic on?
No, it isn't right now. Okay, if we could make our way back in, we'll get started here. Just got to attract attention on the mic.
I think we got it. It's just, it's so big.
It is, yeah. It's well spaced out.
You know that clock that he has there?
Yeah, well, Jim and I were just saying that he should be able. Good meetings. Okay, if we're back in our seats, we'll get the next presenter going, please. And that is Eager Lake.
Okay, we've got Sue Phillick from the Agar Lake Camp Society.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me here today. And as Noel said, I'm Sue Phillick. I'm the president of the Agar Lake Camp Society. I have a few handouts about the camp if anybody's interested, but I'm also going to just start with a slideshow that explains what the camp is all about and what the services are that we provide, just for anybody that's not familiar with it. And then I will speak to the funding requests that we have made. So as you can see, this is BC's only barrier-free wilderness camp. So we do serve customers and guests from all over BC and outside of BC. We determined our priorities for the grant requests through feedback from our guests, as well as we do exit interviews with the caretakers that live on site for the 5 months of our season. And so they gave us feedback as well as our summer student. And the first thing was that although we pride ourselves on being fully wheelchair accessible, there are some areas of the camp that need upgrading to be fully fit that. The one is the parking lot, which they all come to at first, and although it was firm and compacted over the years, it's become soft, and so their very initial approach into the camp needs upgrading. We need to provide some crushed gravel and tamping to actually make it user-friendly again for wheelchairs. The second is, same goes for the barbecue areas that are around each cabin. And then the third area is an area that actually hasn't been addressed before, is RV and camp, the RV and tenting sites. And we do get requests as well for that area for people with disabilities and that have mobility issues. But right now it has not been compacted at all. And so it's not really an area that they can use. As well, that area does not have picnic tables or amenities that they can again actually use. So that's our first request. The second is we feel is a safety issue. The property itself is 50 acres and their caretakers can be anywhere on that property. The front entry gate is about half a kilometer away from where the caretakers and the cabins are actually situated. And the gate itself is open from about 7 in the morning till 7 at night. So during that time, the caretakers are sometimes surprised and a little bit unnerved when looky-loos or just people that are, see a gate and a road and they kind of want to see what's at the end of it. And they just spontaneously show up. And it's unnerving for our caretakers. That was kind of a big thing that they asked us if we could provide something at the front gate to address that issue. So we have put in a request for signage that will indicate that it's registered guests only, as well as some sort of security camera alert system, just to let the caretakers know that somebody has come to the gate. If they're expecting somebody, then that's great. If not, then they know to look. The third thing, and I think this is probably, to me, is probably the most important. We don't have laundry facilities on site. People bring their own bedding and their own towels, and that won't change. People will continue to do that. But what happens sometimes is that people soil the bedding, and then they're in a situation where they either have to hand wash and then kind of publicly put their bedding out on the balcony to dry, or they have to make the trip into Penticton to a laundromat. And so this was, again, key feedback from our caretakers that in terms of providing dignity to our guests, that it would be really beneficial to be able to provide a laundry station, so where they can have a washing machine and a clothesline that's in a central location. So those are the 3 requests that we have made. Those we can only provide these things this year through either donations or a grant, because all of our fundraising funds and our income from the user fees that guests pay, everything is earmarked and allocated in our budget this year towards upgrading our power system. We operate on diesel generators, and they were originally used generators when we got them, and we limped through this past summer on one that was on its last legs. And so to be able to be fully operational next summer, we do need to replace that generator. And so all of our our funds that we have available to us are going to be put towards a generator for this year. I think that's it in terms of information. Would love to have any questions, but just before that, I also wanted to thank the RDOS in terms of past funding. I know that I think it was we last received a grant in 2016, and it was for forest enhancement, which was hugely beneficial in terms of decreasing the fire risk at the camp and being able to address fire risk. And so I just want to say thank you for that.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Any questions from the board? Seeing no hands, thank you very much for the presentation, and we'll move on to the next.
All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. And thank you for your consideration.
Okay, next we have Charles and Evan from the Apex Freestyle Club.
Hello, directors. Thank you for taking some time to listen to our application today. We do have a video presentation, which I believe will come up in just one moment.
Wrong one.
My name is Charles Cornell. I'm a director of the Apex Freestyle Club, and I've brought with me Evan Phillips, the president. How long have we been operational now?
Apex Freestyle Club actually has been operational for a better part of 20 years. They actually became a society under the Society Act. I think it was in 2010.
Video.
Okay, closer.
All right, here we go. Thank you for your time. Sorry about that. So we are here to apply for a small grant from the regional district. We're asking for your support for an investment that we've made that we believe brings great benefit to the area, several areas within the RDOS. So the purpose of the request is a large air landing bag. This is an Olympic-sized landing bag that we invested in December approximately of last year. It arrived in March, and we had it up for about a week, so we've got some images of what's been going on. Two reasons why we decided to invest in this was, one, to develop our athletes to the top of their abilities, but secondly, it's an economic development opportunity. We bring in teams from around the world. We bring in teams from around Canada and around BC to practice on our facilities, and this large air landing bag is already proving fruitful. It allows athletes to accelerate their skill development by trying harder tricks earlier without risk of injury. It also allows our athletes to keep up with other athletes in other countries and regions. There are only 2 other large airbags in Canada. The BC team flies to Quebec regularly to put people up to stay there, and we're going to try to attract them to Apex. We have an Olympian coach, Christy Richards. We've developed other Olympians, and I think that combined with our facilities is going to be a real attraction. We're asking for $15,000 towards a $105,000 project. The bag costs approximately $95,000, along with shipping and storage and other facilities costs. We're asking for a small amount for the RDOS. We're going to use corporate sponsors and our own funds. And to give you an idea of what it is we're actually talking about, I have a little video. Not quite the end, but we can end there. There we go.
So Charles wanted me to talk about a couple of events that we're having up Apex this year. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the sort of scale and level of events that we actually host up at Apex Mountain. The Freestyle Club hosts international, national, and provincial level competitions. The facilities that we have up there have been developed over the course of the last 15, 20 years with the help of our close hosts resort. They've been a fantastic supporter of the club. And of course, a myriad of partners that we've tried to reach out to in the industry. The two events we have this year are very exciting events. Apex Classic, which is the first of the 5th event of the calendar for moguls, and it attracts people from all over Canada. It also attracts people from Japan, the US, Australia. All the teams from around the world come here to compete in that event as well. The North American or NORAM event is this year as well. We've been awarded that. That will happen late January, and people all over North America competing for the North American Cup. We also, this year is an Olympic year, and most people don't know that the Olympic team comes here as well. It's their favorite little secret training ground. I don't think I was supposed to say anything, but I'll tell you guys. But they come here pre-Olympics because we have such good facilities. We were able to maintain them, and they train at night up here just before they take off to, in this case, Beijing. Anyways, that's this year's schedule.
So in short, we're asking for your support because this not only benefits our athletes, but it also benefits many areas of the RDOS and many of your ratepayers. It's a huge economic development project. Those two events bring in over 100 athletes, plus their coaches, plus judges, et cetera, who pay for accommodations, support the gun barrel, et cetera. And that it also brings in sports tourism year-round. We have a water ramp facility that we run in the summer that brings in teams for training. We have this new bag which allows us to do shoulder seasons as well as the winter training. And we really think it's an opportunity to develop BC's athletes and our own athletes much better than they have been in the past. And like I said, there's only 2 other airbags in Canada. The areas impacted mostly are Area I for Apex Mountain Resort, but the summer facilities are in Area C. Families and children come from areas F, C, and D, and hospitality, and the largest area with children in the program is Penticton and Summerland. Thank you very much for your time. Our motto is the kids, the club, and the community, and we always live that in our board meetings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Is there any questions from the board? Director Spencer Coyne?
So just, you already have this bag, so is this a cost recovery? Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, we actually we purchased the bag in December of 2020, so it was after the regional grant and aid, but we always targeted the regional grant and aid as a potential funding source. We borrowed some money, we incurred some debt in order to acquire the bag.
Any other questions from the board? Director Knodel?
Yes, could you tell me where in Area C your summer facility is, please?
Summer facility is near Oliver area.
Could you be more specific, please?
Yeah, it's at Covert Farms.
Thank you, sir.
Was that your question, Director Kozakovich? Go ahead, please.
Just a question on the airbag. What is the lifespan of one of those?
Lifespan of an airbag, we haven't tested it yet. I mean, it's been, they haven't gone bad yet. They've only been around for the last about 10 years. So lifespan of something like that, we're expecting it's in the 25 to 30 years. And obviously with proper storage and care, that goes a long way as well.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, we thank you for your presentation and move on to the next one.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your consideration.
Okay, this is our last presentation for the day. You might notice that the South Okanagan Similkameen Volunteer Center Society is not coming to present, but they have put in an application. So now we've got Brad Dolovit, you might recognize him, from the District of Summerland on behalf of the Okanagan Food and Innovation Hub.
Thanks, Noel. Happy to be back in front of the RDOS board again. Last time I presented on this topic was May this past spring, and so I'm not going to go in as in-depth of presentation as what we presented this past May because the board has already seen kind of an overview of the project, but I do want to, we're back before the board to now request for a regional grant and aid grant for the total amount of $50,000. This is our first time coming forward as part of this project, and we're very excited to be moving forward with this project in 2022. So objective for today, quick overview of the project. Got a few slides on the project just to remind the board. Are the details of our funding request that add up to that $50,000 amount. And are the next steps of our project, which is probably the biggest update I can give the board as to what we're planning for 2022 to move this project forward for our region. And then any questions and answers. Okay, the vision. What are we wanting to do here? We're trying to create a place that can innovate, create, and market sustainable agri-food products and technologies, and while redefining our regional food system in both the Okanagan and Similkameen valleys. The mission of the hub is to connect agricultural businesses to the right resources so they can develop, commercialize, and market new products, to build regional agri-food capacity, to help the existing food system become more resilient, sustainable, and economically robust, especially with the current situations we're having right now with supply chain issues, the impacts of COVID-19. Food security and food resiliency has become paramount for our regions. Definitely, read the news nowadays, that's definitely what you're hearing more and more about now these days, is our global supply chain issues that we're having. We see this project as a real solution to help us address those needs. And our next slide here. So just a market overview of the actual hub itself. We've done a lot of interview stakeholders, with agricultural businesses and farmers from both the Similkameen Valley and the Okanagan Valley. And we've interviewed a total of 90 farm businesses. There was a need for commercial kitchen and processing equipment throughout all of these areas within our region. There's a lack of space for processing and their agricultural products. Right now, we've got some producers that are shipping their products to Metro Vancouver to be processed and then shipping them back here for retail sale. That just goes to show you the lack of processing value-added production equipment available right now. And so definitely there was a need there. There was also a need from those stakeholder interviews for food developing and testing services, which will be part of this hub, as well as this research and development type of angle. We've got agreements with both Okanagan College as well as UBCO to potentially have classrooms and kind of integrated user experience learning with those educational institutions happening in the hub as a potentially next phase after our phase one, which I'll get into in our next steps. Definitely what we heard as well is a huge demand for storage and distribution in terms of warehousing supply and cool storage, especially refrigerated storage. And definitely that's one area that we're trying to address with the hub, and then business and technical food advisory services as well. So how does this project align with the RDOS's goals? I already presented in detail on how it aligns with the RDS's goals under key success driver number 3, to build a sustainable region. And we feel that this project truly hits the sustainability kind of matrix of all 3 of these pillars: environment, economic, and social. And just to remind the board, in terms of the economic side, you know, we've already talked about producers shipping their product all the way to Vancouver. This will allow producers to diversify their businesses, to create new value-added chains, to be able to explore new markets that they wouldn't be able to explore before in the past with access to this equipment, such as like dry powder mix for juices or jellies, jams. If they want to experiment with that, they can experiment that with in the hub. From the environment side, right now, a lot of our producers are leaving culled fruit on their orchards, or else they're actually throwing away into our waste streams, which is having an impact on our landfills. So on the environment side, we see this as a potential opportunity for farmers is to utilize those culled fruits for potentially getting a value-added product and getting some revenue from that stream, which previously was going to the waste stream, and no revenue was being gained. And then social, food security, like I already mentioned, is huge. We also see this hub as being a real melting pot of ideas for the agricultural sector. And there should be a real community feeling to the people that are accessing on a regular basis, and learning from each other as they're accessing the hub. So what does the structure look like? Just quickly, I don't have our consultant here today with me who knows the details of this more in depth, but again, we're trying to, in terms of our business model, leverage different things, partnerships, like with the RDOS and other partnerships that we've established. Innovation capacity is going to be a big part of this, is to encouraging our producers to innovate their businesses. We need investment from higher levels of government, which I will get into in terms of the next steps, and then as well as an accelerator incubator for the region. We definitely as well found a lot of demand for dry goods from the producers in our interviews with producers. So we see that having a dry line as part of this hub is going to be paramount as well, a dryer. And I just want to talk a bit about our partnerships as well. So far today, we've reached 2 members of understanding with Community Futures Okanagan Smilkameen. I think it's good that Charles just presented before me, because we got Charles here from Community Futures as well, as one of our key partners, as well as Accelerate Okanagan. And we've also had 17 letters of support from other key agencies, including BC Cherry Association, the BC Fruit Growing Association, and also the Small Food Producers Association of Canada in support of this project. So dry line, I already mentioned, is a key need for drying of fruit, that right now access to this equipment is not available in our region. Packaging lines, what we're proposing to have in the facility as well, can capacity of 600 bags per hour of processed food to be packaged in bags. Commercial kitchen component, which is primarily what we're asking for from the RDOS for contribution, is for that $50,000 amount, is for some of the equipment required for the commercial kitchen component. Wet line, this is like for jams and purees, will be part of the hub. And I already mentioned storage as being an extreme need. We plan to scale up the storage, so starting with a small area to start and probably scaling that up through demand for and need of storage over time. Food testing lab, I already mentioned. So total project costs, and this is based on our previous business plan that was done finalized last spring, but we are still revising on the fly as well right now, based on some new information that we're always gathering. Our total project cost initially is at 4.9 million. We are proposing potentially to scale that up. So starting with a phased one reduced scale version, which is part of the need to revise our business plan. And we've got our consultant team right now working on that revision process. We're also right now, just last Tuesday, went public with an expression of interest process looking for land and building, and I'm getting to the next step a bit here, where we want to partner with a land and building partner and then use that partner, whatever that proposal that comes forward, to further revise our business plan. We're expecting close to $1 million with this current model from revenues from users, 955,000. But the project does rely on higher level government funding for the first 3 years right now, from both federal and provincial levels, which we are exploring. So this is just right now our current business plan, first year startup costs. Again, we're hoping to revise this down here over the next few months. And so our funding request for next year, the $50,000 for the equipment. We've got a number of items within our commercial kitchen totaling up to $50,000 that we'd like RDOS to contribute to. And so what are our next steps? Right now, I already mentioned, we've released this expression of interest process for a land building partner. We want to confirm our location for with that land building partner through that process by this December. We want to get a memorandum of understanding in place with that partner and so that we're able to then move forward with grant funding. And then we want to finalize that reduced phase one scaled down version that we can ramp up in future phases by February of next year. And all of this work is to get us ready for higher level grant funding. So we're expecting that we're going to have opportunities for grant funding from both the provincial and federal levels from March to May next year, in the springtime. In the conversations we've had some conversations at the UBCM with Minister Popham and Minister Cowlon, I believe it is, for economic development and jobs. Potentially we're going to be opening up perhaps more funding in the next spring. As well at the federal level, where there's opportunities which Charles is helping us with in exploring potential funding next spring as well, using, I think it's, what the word is, Jobs and Growth, thank you, the ministry there for that. So after we're able to secure funding, and we are being hopeful here, we're planning to quickly implement starting in 2022, and that's the reason for this request. We've got to apply for funding here in June, July, probably actually as early as April, March. We'll be applying for that funding, getting for funding commitment. But our agreement with this land building partner is to start implementation by summer of 2022. And so this schedule that we have here is to have this equipment that we're requesting RDOS contribute for be installed in late 2022. And that's the reason for our request. So in conclusion, we feel the hub meets the RDOS's goals under KSD 3 to build a sustainable region. The hub will provide equal access to all farmers and food producers across the Okanagan and Similkameen valleys. We feel like we can position ourselves in our region quite strategically right now within the next few months to respond to new funding that's going to open up with regards to COVID and rural economic development in the spring. And we've also are under the understanding that if we have regional financial contribution from the RDOS and support, this demonstrates buy-in to higher level governments. And so, like, for example, the one fund that we are looking at the federal level, they're looking for 10% funding from local sources, but they'll able to match that 10% by the remaining 90%. And that's why, although the dollars are huge, that this $50,000 amount could speak volumes in talking to higher levels of government. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Questions from the board on this? Director McCordoff to start.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at your list of the equipment for $50,000, and I'm wondering if that is new equipment, or have you looked at possibly reliable used equipment? Is that included in there or not?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think we're just estimating right now for budgetary purposes new equipment, because we're not going to know where we're going to find used equipment yet. It actually, a lot of it depends on the type of land building partner we may get as well, which we're just opening that process up for proposals to be submitted to the District of Summerland. And a building provider may already have a commercial kitchen in it. So if that's the case, we might have to pivot these dollars to a different type of piece of equipment that they don't have. But most likely, it'll be new equipment, because not every proponent will have what we need for the hub. If that makes sense.
Okay. Director Spencer Coyne.
Thanks. Hi, Brad. Hey. Is this a for-profit venture for the District of Summerland down the road, or is this a subsidized program, or what's the economic model here?
Yeah, the District of Summerland is definitely not looking at it as for-profit. Actually, we're probably more worried that we're going to be having to pay for this down the road. No, the economic model is to be self-sufficient itself. Primarily, the District of Summerland, we want to set this hub up and get out of the way. The governance model is still going to be reviewed, I think, as part of our business plan that's being revised right now. But most likely it'll be a not-for-profit structure. It'll probably have a board of directors that runs it. And eventually will become self-sufficient. We are, like from this slide, you can see we're going to be requesting from either the federal or provincial level funding for the first 3 years to get us to that self-sufficient level. But we wouldn't expect any involvement from the local government side at all once we have the organization set up, which is expected to occur next year.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Roberts.
Thank you. My question is a follow-up to Director Coyne's. When we look at where you're going and you talk about the benefits to the Okanagan and Similkameen valleys, at the same time, it's the Okanagan hub and a lot of your concentration through the community of Summerland, which is a good thing. But I'm wondering if down the line, are you looking at like regional facilities? Are you looking at more of an expansion and more of a regional program that way, like with facilities, or are you going to be basically concentrating in the Summerland?
Primarily, we're hopeful that this hub gets located within Summerland, but it's going to provide access throughout the whole region, and it could be a large area as well that are going to be having producers access this facility. We have some interest as far north as Vernon in these type of facilities being accessed from producers there. It will be accessible, for example, the Similkameen Valley by producers there, because right now there's not any other options regionally. I think our consultant just was able to find out through interviews that 2 co-packers have been recently closed down in the last couple of years. So there's a real shortage of these type of facilities happening across our shared region.
Thank you. I was just thinking that sometimes we've got in some of our areas packing houses and different other facilities that are not being used to their full capacity. And whether or not you look at shared resources and facilities, and that also minimizes the travel time for other people. For instance, if you had your dry equipment in one particular place and your wet elsewhere. So that's what I was wondering, whether or not you may go that way in the future.
Yeah, to respond to that, if I may, through the chair, the goal of the hub is to create a central kind of place where there's a lot of innovation happening as well. Like, I think that we'd lose a bit by having it spread out in different areas depending on different pieces of equipment. We want that innovation to happen organically through the different producers being in the same space, as well as the educational institutions. And that's going to really drive that innovation and value added part of it.
Okay. I've got Director Bauer and then Director Knodel.
Hi, Brad. Nice
Hi.
to see you.
Yeah,
Keyword innovations. Just curious, did you apply to Investment Agriculture Foundation, because that's the kind of projects they support?
Yeah, I believe we looked at that one last spring, right? I think they got no funding right now. Thanks, Charles. Yeah, we did. We have kept them aware of our project, but like Charles said, that they haven't opened up any new funding streams, but that is a potential. Now, as well, we've got some really good meetings, I think, that occurred at UBCM with our council virtually, as it was this year, with both ministers. And it was rare we had both ministers in the same meeting, I think, that showed their support to this project from the economic development side as well as the agriculture side. So I think that's going to help us moving forward.
Director Knodel?
Hi, Brad. Good to see you. Brad, can you just give me a quick rundown on the types of products you're looking at producing, innovating on, and the target markets for them?
Types of products, I think it's really like it's all about innovation on different types of market areas. So dry goods, right now, like the access to dryer is a huge need that a lot of our producers can't access. Powders, juices from the dry goods, as well as purees, jams. That's the wet line. Those type of products. So it allows farmers to experiment to see if there's new opportunities for a certain type of product. Charles, what am I missing here? Other types of products, I don't know. Salsas, spreads. Yeah. The world's like basically open to whatever a farmer wants to try to determine if there's a market there, right? And that's kind of the idea of the hub, is to give access to the equipment to experiment, and then start selling and seeing if they're able to hit the right sweet spot for their business model.
Thank you, sir. One suggestion, you might look at the gleaners for dry line expertise. It's someplace to gain some knowledge. But yes, it's our small farmers are definitely under pressure from the vineyard industry, and they need some help to survive. So we'll see how this goes. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Director Obrick?
Yes, thank you to the chair, and hello, Brad. If you've covered this, I apologize. I may have missed it, but curious if you've talked to local chefs in the region, thinking of farm table. A lot of what you're talking about sounds like it could be very exciting when you look at, we have some amazing chefs all through the region, and it ties into tourism, it ties into local people getting out, and you know, I could imagine that there could be some pretty fun innovation when it comes to the menus. And I was just curious if that's been something that's been considered.
Yeah, thanks for the, hello? Oh, thanks for the question, Director Obrick. Yeah, I believe part of our interviews, we re-interviewed our previous stakeholders because we have been working this for a number of years. I think it was early 2021 was the last time we re-engaged with previous participants. And I think there were some restaurants included in that mix. Definitely, and from the restaurant angle, they see this as a huge win. They want to have access to value-added products from our region. They are continually trying to source local products to add to their menus. I think they're all in favor of it. Who knows, some of them maybe want to access the facility themselves to experiment for their own needs. So that is an area where we see some benefit as well. As you mentioned, the agritourism side of things could be a positive aspect to it as well.
Any other questions from the board on this? Seeing no hands, we thank you for the presentation and we'll
thank you.
Be deliberating on them shortly. So back to Jim to.
Yeah, we need to discuss it. It's already almost like 12. Christy, what time's lunch?
Noon?
Noon?
We hardly get started.
We should probably get.
Okay. It's like 5 to 12 here now. We're not going to do 5 minutes of discussion and start lunch. I think we start lunch early and end early, so we can be back here 5 minutes earlier than normal, which would be 12:25 or so. It's up to the board if we could do a working lunch. Any thoughts on that? Get 15 minutes to get our stuff and then start in 15 minutes and continue as we eat? General consensus is that? Okay, so 15 minutes and then back here and we'll start.
Check.
What's that? Yeah.
Welcome to the 2021 Wildfire Recognition Video. I'm Eric Thompson. I'm an information officer with the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen Emergency Operations Center, the EOC. The EOC is located in Penticton within the traditional unceded territory of the Syilx people in the Okanagan Nation.
White peace naksil slach nuk tmeu hatus ilmihum nas suchtuam isquist skachachainak kan kmip kikenmut tisichi sichmik nunamin kolkoilton. Greetings, family, friends, neighbors, leaders, chiefs, and firefighters. My name is Sherry Stalkaya. I live at Inkmeep. I'm a learner of my language. Kenlimt ku ulus ala usukna kain timhula. Aha itimhula. Litpan kinta tu mistamentum. Aha itimhula. Litpan kinta huitzach tementum. I am pleased we gather here on Okanagan lands. This land was never sold. This is the unceded territory of the Okanagan people. Ku'ulus ala atli limtamentum isuchtluam atli silchwas buusoch lach gashkeichstroch isani litente. Limtamentum yayad inuk tnichtet is kantillensoch. Limtamentum isuchtluam atli silchwas buusoch. Kulam limt, puti kuala, puti ku holhwalt, puti ku kersini liten. We are gathered here to show gratitude for the firefighters and their bravery in defending our homes. We are grateful for our neighbors' helpfulness and generosity. We are grateful for the bravery of the firefighters. We are grateful we are still here, that we are still alive, that we still have homes. Kukukst suktwam. We appreciate the good you have done for us, firefighters.
Now, on behalf of the Regional District, we'd like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank everyone who was involved with the 2021 wildfire season. It was a very busy season. Now, some of the different groups and organizations involved include, of course, firefighters from far and wide, search and rescue personnel, emergency support services volunteers, the RCMP, BC Emergency Health Services and health partners, and emergency operations personnel from Indigenous communities, incorporated municipalities, and the Regional District. In 2021, there were more than 70 wildfires burning within the Regional District, and that led to evacuation alerts and orders for hundreds of families. And the support provided by dedicated professionals and volunteers made the difference. Thank you. Now, here's the chair of the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, Carla Kazakovich.
I'm Carla Kazakovich, chair of the Regional District Okanagan-Similkameen. And on behalf of the Regional District Board of Directors, I would like to say thank you for all of the support you have provided during the 2021 wildfire season. Your expertise has been invaluable. In 2021, we had over 70 wildfires in the Regional District Okanagan-Similkameen, and 8 of those fires, we saw many people being displaced from their homes, along with their pets and livestock. From July to September, we had more than 80 emergency support services and Animal Lifeline emergency response team volunteers support evacuees with temporary accommodations, food, clothing, and referrals into additional services. More than 65 search and rescue volunteers supported evacuation notifications. There were more than 200 firefighters assisting from around the region. More than 70 people worked within the Regional Emergency Operations Center and at other EOCs in the region. Over 4,000 people were evacuated from their homes this summer. More than 45,000 hectares burned within the Regional District, and over 500 animals were cared for. Those numbers are difficult to comprehend, but your efforts made an enormous difference to the lives of the citizens of our region. Many responders were also deployed to areas outside this region to assist our neighbors and citizens throughout the province. Residents, volunteers, and businesses welcomed families from communities displaced to the Okanagan-Similkameen when they needed a safe place to go. Once again, I sincerely thank you for all of your hard work and for caring about your community and the Regional District Okanagan-Similkameen.
Hi, I'm Tara Richards, Deputy Minister of Emergency Management, BC. 2021 was one of the most difficult wildfire seasons in our province's history. Wildfires threatened thousands of people and homes, led to large evacuations, and caused devastating loss for several communities. I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all volunteers and responders who stepped up in these difficult times. From firefighters protecting homes, search and rescue teams helping people out of tight situations, RCMP officers ensuring the safe evacuation of communities at risk, to emergency operations personnel in regional districts, Indigenous communities, and local governments. Your work helps ensure the safety and protection of people, homes, and communities. And a special thank you to the hardworking emergency support services volunteers who help British Columbians during some of the most stressful moments. You've made a difference to so many. On behalf of Mike Farnworth, Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General, thank you for everything you've done to help others during the 2021 wildfire season.
My name is Mike Campbell. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Osoyoos Indian Band. And what a summer it's been in the South Okanagan. My takeaways from it all is, and I've seen this in the Valley in previous years under different circumstances, sometimes in the most challenging times is when you see the best of humanity and the best effort from people. This summer was certainly one of those situations with all of the all of the challenges coming together, from heat to lack of precipitation, causing a fairly intense wildfire season. Just unbelievably thankful and appreciative for all first responders. This goes from the provincial firefighters, federal firefighters, excuse me, local municipal firefighters, and the community at large, search and rescue as well. Watching all of these efforts within our community, mostly from people that live amongst us in our community, stepping up to do what they do best to protect us, is always an amazing sight to see. What made this year also a little different and even more amazing was watching firefighters come in internationally from different areas like Australia and Mexico, and watching them being welcomed into the Valley here by the local firefighting departments as well as the locals. It says a lot about this area. It says a lot about the people that we count on to protect us and keep us safe in challenging situations like what we experienced this summer. It's also amazing to see that members of the community at large step up to help support those services, whether it be through donations, whether it be through home-cooked meals, making sure that our emergency service people are fed and hydrated, working 18, 19-hour days. Again, sometimes in the most challenging times, we see the best of people, and that was certainly the experience this summer. The Osoyoos Indian Band thanks everybody that stood on those front lines and the people behind the scenes for getting us through a very challenging wildfire season. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Martin Johansson, Mayor for the town of Oliver. And this has been one of the most challenging wildfire seasons I can ever remember. We did receive tremendous support from the province with provincial firefighters, international firefighters, the military, Parks Canada, the list goes on, but I really want to send a shout out to the Oliver Fire Department, who did an amazing job saving buildings and structures, especially during the early days of the Ankeny wildfire. And also a shout out to all the volunteers who put in a tremendous effort, tons of hours, supporting the emergency support services, supporting those residents that had to leave their homes during evacuations. Those two groups did an amazing job. They stood up and met the challenge head on, and they've done so much to make Oliver proud. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Riley Gettins. I'm the Director for Electoral Area F in the Regional District of the Okanagan-Similkameen. This summer, we saw some very intense situations in our communities, and there are so many people that we want to thank. And I especially want to thank the search and rescue volunteers. And those teams belong to the Oliver and Osoyoos Search and Rescue, Princeton Search and Rescue, Penticton Search and Rescue, and Karamia Search and Rescue. Thank you so much for supporting the RCMP and delivering evacuation notices to those who needed it. You're often the first point of contact for people that are under a lot of stress, and ensuring that information is getting there in the right time cannot be underestimated on how valuable that is. Over 2,000 hours of volunteer work. Thank you so very much for putting our communities first.
Hello, my name is Tim Roberts. I'm the Director of Area G of the Regional District of the Okanagan-Similkameen. As well, I am the Chair of the Protective Services Committee and a part of the liaison group with the Fire Department Fire Chiefs. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all that participated in supporting one another during this significant fire season in 2021. Whether or not it was neighbors helping neighbors, volunteer groups, supporters, whether or not it was the fire departments, wildland fire, RCMP, BC ambulance, search and rescue, all these people working tirelessly together, working with interior health staff and the staff of the RDOS at the EOC to make sure that you and myself were kept safe. I'd like to right now put a special thank you out there for the RCMP for all their work and with search and rescue, providing all the information, taking it to door for all those that were possibly in jeopardy. At the same time, being able to communicate when there were orders and people had to leave, and then providing the security for their properties and for the people during this troubling time. Again, I'd just like to thank all our neighbors, our Indigenous community neighbors who work tirelessly, working alongside as partners with the fire departments, wildland fire, search and rescue, RCMP, BC ambulance, interior health, and all our fire departments that back each other up.
Hi, I'm John Vasilaki, Mayor of the City of Penticton. On behalf of all Pentictonites, I would like to personally thank you for your magnificent efforts over the summer. On Sunday, July the 11th, 2021, Penticton Emergency Support Services was activated to provide mutual aid for the Thompsons Creek wildfire. While responding to that particular fire, Nicomic Creek wildfire, White Rock Lake wildfire, among many others, the ESS team invested hundreds of hours supporting evacuees from across the province. As the team did last summer during the Christie Mountain wildfire, the dedicated Penticton ESS team once again delivered a caring, professional, and comforting response. It is comforting knowing that Penticton has an ESS program that takes its role so seriously. Thank you again for your continuous volunteerism.
Hello, I'm Area C Director Rick Knodel, and I'm very happy to be given the opportunity to express my thanks to the many people and groups that were part of the enormous undertaking to protect all of us from the devastating forest fires that threatened us all this year. The groups and individuals are so numerous that I will not attempt to list all of them, but there are a few that I will single out as they are often forgotten. One individual, Constable Brad Walsh, who took it upon himself to obtain and feed animals until they could be rescued. That shows an amazing degree of community dedication. You can patrol my neighborhood at any time, thank you. The other is Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team. They provide support for animals by fostering, recovering, reunification, search, find, and feeding. The list of animals is enormous. Cats, dogs, fish, to cows, alpacas, quail. It's absolutely unbelievable. And they arrange for vet care, dental care, vaccinations, and deceased animals were respectfully cremated. We often forget that these animals are part of the lives of the people who are forced out or not permitted to return to care for them. I would also like to express my thanks to the many locals and volunteer firefighters who stepped up when needed and provided support, equipment,
You think it'll go faster if we do it while we're eating? Okay. Okay, we'll continue on here with the discussion on these items. I'll go back to Mr. Zaffino, and he'll give us a quick update on the individual presentation and the ask, and then we'll say a yay or a nay to it and have some discussion, obviously. So go ahead, Mr. Zaffino.
Thank you. So I'll just keep it short, start with one at a time, and then the board can vote on it. So the first one is Alley Cats Alliance Society. They received $5,000 last year. They're asking for $5,000, and essentially it's for payment for veterinarian costs. So it's the board's discretion how you want to go with this.
Okay, so the wishes of the board on this. A motion? Director Coyne? Take it off the list. That's your motion? That's my motion. Seconded? Go ahead, Director
But I want to
Gettins.
have a discussion about it. If I just was curious, Chair, and I thought last year, CAO, you had said this program is a very inexpensive pest management system with rat control. Am I remembering that correctly?
Well, I can't remember what I said last year, but I'm sure with the number of feral cats throughout the regional district, that that would be one of their primary sources of food.
I'm sure that was the conversation.
Director McCordoff?
My concern is that we have several of these applications deal with cats and animals, and I'm not sure that some of them may be sort of overlapping, I think, from the looks of it, and I'm not sure that we should be supporting all of them. However, because they got a grant last year, I would be more inclined to support one of the others this year.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? I'll go over to Director Roberts and then Johansson.
I have a concern that this seems to be one of their operating costs. If it's something that, last year it was in regards to dealing with the spay and neutering. Is this something that's going to be ongoing? So it doesn't really seem it fits the criteria. You know, it's, if they've got a business model or different things that we have happen or deal with as a one-off, but under a grant and aid, to be kind of just running the program, making sure that it's feasible. I'm not sure if that's the way to go.
Okay, Director Johansson?
Thank you, Chair. Holy smoke, that's loud. My comments are more overarching about the regional grant program in its entirety. I mean, there's some, it's hard to argue against any of them. Some may be a little easier than others, but 127,000 is a huge jump. I believe I would ask the CFO what we put out in grant requests. Before he answers, I just want to say, for me, it's going to be some difficult decisions being made, because I do believe, while they are all worth considering, the dollar amount at the bottom is a number that's kind of frightening to me. And so I'm going to be having to, for me, and I'm not sure how other directors feel, but I'm going to have to be weeding some of these out of the list. Not that they're not valid, but just that with all the cost increases coming our way in our municipalities and in our rural areas, it's going to be hard to vote yes for all of them for me. But I would like to know how much we did pay out in grant requests in 2021.
Okay, I'll go to Mr. Savino for that.
2021, the board authorized $25,450.
Chair, if I could just follow up on that.
Go ahead.
Is that a typical average CFO for our last 5 years, or has it been in the $20,000 to $50,000 range?
Based on what I've seen, it is lower, slightly lower than prior years, but it's nowhere near the 127,000. The 127,000, just so the board knows, if everything's accepted, is an increase to that service by 4.3%.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Director Coyne, I seen a hand.
So this program seems to be something that certain areas are, according to the presentation, are relying on. So is that what's happening, or is this just a perception? Does anybody know? Caramias, Costin, Oliver.
Director Bauer?
Yeah, to Director Coyne's question, there are private small organizations who do that kind of work. In Caramias, I know 2. That's where I bring my MTs to support there. This is sort of a bigger organized kind of a group that does it, but there are smaller groups who do the same work.
Go to Director Roberts.
To follow that up, I think it's more individuals who have an issue and look up the organization. It's like I didn't even know they existed before last year, and so assuming whether or not they said they're from Costin or they were in Caramias, who knows where they went, whether or not it was rural Caramias, town of Caramias, and where in Costin. So.
Okay, we do have a motion to go ahead, Director Holmes.
When I look at these sort of things, I tend to ask myself, if somebody else wasn't doing it, would we have to do it ourselves? And this might be one of those. And though we do have an animal control service, and I guess the question is how much room is there in that service to allow others to do that animal control maybe more cost effectively than we do ourselves, using organizations such as this.
Okay. Are you asking a question on that, or?
Yeah, yes, that's why
I can't answer.
That's why I raised my voice at the end.
Go ahead. CAO?
So bylaw enforcement for us is charged to the service to, it's a regulatory service. So some of it goes to electoral area planning because we do planning enforcement through it. Others are the regulatory bylaws like noise control or animal control. It's really about going out and collecting animals when we get a complaint. It wouldn't be something like a feral cat program. Unless the board brought forward a resolution for us to include that in the budget, we wouldn't do it under our animal control budget, no.
Yeah. Okay, we do have a motion on the floor.
Could I just follow that up then?
Go ahead.
Then I guess if you look at it, feral cats, feral animals, anything like, who's ultimately responsible for controlling that? Is it a local government responsibility, or is it nobody's responsibility? And we just, as a society, live with these animals running around.
Well, we do dogs because they can be a problem, especially if they're aggressive or a nuisance dog, or if, I mean, we have a licensing program for dogs. We don't have a licensing program for cats. That would be a new endeavor for us. That's all. It would really be a board choice as to whether they wanted to. I mean, you'd almost have to start like a licensing program, I think. And then if we collected cats, we'd go through the same process we did with dogs.
Did Director Robinson, you have your hand up?
Actually, I do, yes. I have a bit of a soft spot for animals, so I'll speak to it. I'll be speaking in favor of some of them, perhaps not to the full amount, but I could certainly see Alley Cats and Critter Aid in particular. They do a wonderful job on behalf of the community. And if we don't speak up for those that can't, then I'm not quite sure what we're here for. I would certainly like to vote in favor of giving them something, because it is very worthwhile. And we shouldn't forget too, during wildfires and everything else, for instance, Critter Aid in particular, I know doesn't just do cats. There's all sorts of animals that end up there, goats, pigs, like you name it. So with wildfires and COVID and everything else going on, I think it would behoove us to be a little generous this year.
Okay, good comments. Go to Director Johansson.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed in the Alley Cats budget presentation that they had quite a surplus, $28,000. I'm not sure what they do with their surpluses, but in consideration, that looks like from July 2020 to June 2021, that they have done very well with their fundraising. I think I would be willing to pass on this one this year and support a program that is struggling with some of their funding.
Okay, we do have a motion to say no to this one. It's moved and seconded. I'll call the question on that. All those in favor of no on this? Okay, hands can come down. Those opposed? Directors Robinson and Trainer. Motion carries. Next item. Go ahead, Mr. Savino.
The next one is for Critter Aid. They're looking at $11,340, and I believe that they're looking to purchase a heat pump for the goats.
Okay, thoughts on this one? Go to Director Bush first. I seen his hand first. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll make the motion for no.
Moved. A seconder? Okay, seconded. Discussion. Go ahead, Director Bauer.
Yeah, I'll just repeat the concerns I had earlier when I addressed them, that I think the estimate is way too high for a small square footage like that, especially if they haven't built it yet, so they have to bring the electricity to the shed anyway. And for that matter, I think they're better off getting another contractor with a new estimate. So, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Director Robinson.
Thank you. I'm going to go to bat for them again, seeing as the last one didn't go through, and I believe it was Director McCordoff suggested she might be in favor of looking at supporting something else. So if this motion fails, I would put one on the floor to suggest that we give them $4,000 this year.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing no hands, we'll call the question on this one. This is a no, so all those in favor of no. Okay, hands can come down. Those opposed, please put them up. Directors Trainer, Robinson, McCordoff. The motion carries. I didn't see Director Knodels. He was a no? Okay. Next on the agenda, the Art Gallery.
The Penticton Art Gallery is asking for $5,000, and it's for the new festival that they talked about.
Okay. Board's thoughts on this one? Director Bauer.
Yeah, definitely. I want to take that off the list too.
You're putting the motion for a no. Is there a seconder for that? Director Bush? Discussion? Director Trainer? Can't quite hear you.
Can you get her off mute, Danny?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Now we do.
I just have a quick question about process. So for example, with the last grant that was denied, are we allowed to bring forward a motion, say, like Director Robertson said, for a lesser amount? Or is Critter Aid denied completely now?
I'll leave the CEO address that.
So it's best, once somebody puts a motion on the floor, if you want to amend the amount, which is appropriate. It's not changing the resolution, it's just changing a component of it. So that would be the best way to do it. If you've missed your chance at the same meeting, you can bring a motion back for reconsideration.
Okay, so once we've gone through this list, I could bring back a motion then, for example, to support Critter Aid at a lesser amount?
Yes, I'm sure we'll discuss this many times.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
I would just also point out that after today, regardless of what we say, we usually end up rehashing these again. So it's never over until it's over or until we've adopted the budget. So.
Okay, thank you.
So we're on the art gallery. Discussion, Director Vasilaki.
Thank you very much. Am I on?
You are.
Okay. You know, I'm going to speak in favor of this one, not because it's in the city of Penticton, but because our region needs a little bit of culture. There are many areas that have very little culture in their communities, and it's always in good taste to bring those communities forward, no matter where that culture is taking place, whether it's in Penticton, Karamias, Okanagan Falls, Oliver, or Summerland. It makes no difference. We need that part in our life as well, and it's going to bring tourism into our region at the same time, so everybody gets to benefit somewhat. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion, Director Holmes?
Yeah. You know, in Summerland, we have numerous festivals which they apply to Summerland Council, and we tend to give them grant and aids. Events like Light Up, like Action Fest, like the Regards Festival, these all draw people in from around the region, and we're happy to support them because they're important for our community. But they are based in Summerland, and so that's why they apply to the municipality for grant and aids. And I see this as the same thing. I would suggest that they go to the city of Penticton and apply for a city grant and aid. Thanks.
Okay, Director Gettens and then Director Bauer.
Chair, I'm going to vote in favor of this one as well, except I understand just exactly what Director Holmes has said about it being very focused in Penticton, and that's where the culture and the events are going to happen. But I agree also with Director Vasilaki in how important this is, especially when we're coming out of a situation like COVID. So I'm curious, just from the other directors that are closer to Penticton, so, you know, D, I, and E, if there is an opportunity to do that regional grant, because you know how we all get our own little area requests, but we never have that discussion around the table around, you know, what's Area I supporting and should we collaborate so we can help out with the nickel plate? And we've asked this before where we can share some of these area requests, and this one might be a better fit for that than trying to get, you know, money out of Area G as well. But I am going to vote in favor of this one, and if it goes through, and if not, then I'd like to discuss that further.
Okay. Director Bauer?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Director Gittens. That's an excellent idea. In Keremeos Area B and G and Keremeos, we put together in for our community events. So we pay for the Pepper Festival, we pay for a Christmas parade and all that, what Director Holmes has mentioned before. So yes, it is a sub-regional kind of event. That should be the case here too. Jazz Festival is another good example. I agree with Director Vasilaki. It's very important to have these kind of cultural music events and whatnot, but I think they should be financed through consumption. So you buy a ticket to the Jazz Festival, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days if you're interested, and that is how you can finance this. That's wonderful. But I don't see that the whole region should be paying for a festival that is in Penticton, even if it draws people from Edmonton or Australia. I mean, you know, that is what's happening, but how far you want to go. It would set precedent for every other little festival we have. Tulameen Days, Princeton Folk Music Festival. We're not all paying into this, and I think it would just set a bad precedent. Thanks.
Director McCordoff?
I feel the same way as several people from the outlying areas. We have several festivals in Osoyoos. We support them, and we do that through our own local grant and aid. So I don't think I would come and ask the RDOS for a grant to put on Christmas light up. That's something that we do locally, and we pay for it. So I don't think I can support this one either. Thank you.
Director Robinson?
Thank you. I'm actually a little bit surprised that the regional significance of this art gallery is not being recognized by the board. Certainly Penticton City Council supports the art gallery every year, as we do many festivals and events, but I see an art gallery of this size and significance as quite a bit different in that I just heard directors agree that there's people that come in internationally to see some of the events that go on in this art gallery, and surely you must be aware that they all go to wineries and other cultural events that are in the region at the same time. It benefits everyone in our region. And again, if you don't want to look at the full request, I would put forward an amendment to at least look at $3,000 for something of this significance. So I would put forward an amendment to give them $3,000 this year, if I could get a seconder.
Okay, we have an amendment on the floor. A seconder? Director Monteith is seconding. Okay, it's on the floor. So now we're talking about the amendment of $3,000. Go ahead, Director Monteith, you want to speak to it?
I do. Thank you, Chair. I also want to acknowledge that it's not only the attendees, it's also the artisans. So I know Kaleden, you know, we had a local artist that was just showcased at the art gallery. So, you know, it's not only the attracting of tourism, but it's also supporting our local artists. So I do support it for that reason. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? Director Gittens?
The chair, could we just for context, how much would we on average expect our tax bill to go up for a $5,000 grant?
Can Mr. Safino answer that?
Not off the top of my head, just.
If I may.
But I can do it if you want, while you're discussing it. I get my
That's
computer
okay.
out.
Well, CAO had a potential response.
Yeah, you wouldn't even notice it. You know, really, when we look at regional grants and aids, that comes out of general government. We already know that the city of Penticton covers about 40% of general government costs. So the cost to the remainder of the regional district on a $5,000 or a $3,000 ask would not be noticeable.
Thank you.
I'll go to Director Santos first and then to Director Bauer.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to expand somewhat on the opportunity of a gallery as big as the art gallery, the Penticton Art Gallery, they bring in international exhibits. In a couple of cases, we've been the only gallery in Canada that has had them. And so I think, with all due respect to each of the other entities in the rural areas, you don't have that capacity. And so when they come into Penticton's Art Gallery, people do come in from all around the region to see it. And typically, they don't come in to do one thing. When they come in, they'll do other things as well. So I think it's an opportunity. I've long said that the arts are a fabric, are a piece of the fabric of our community. And I think in choosing to live outside of a city center, there are definitely advantages. However, one of the disadvantages is the opportunity of extended cultural opportunities. So I see this as a partnership. I see that the entity in Penticton has the capacity, the ability, the connections to bring in those international things that may not come into one of the rural areas. So I will support this because I think it is really valuable to all of us. So thank you.
Director Bauer and then Director Obrecht and McCordock.
Yeah, so in the rural areas, sorry, Director Sanders, we do have lots of cultural events, and I wouldn't, trade them with anything that's happening in Penticton. And everyone who comes from Princeton or Carameres, or Sawyers, to Penticton, they're also leaving money here in the restaurants and in the stores and whatnot. So this really has nothing to do with the importance of that great idea of creating a cultural festival. It is great. What we're talking about is the local government taxpayer, should they support this? Because if we do, well, then we have to look at all other festivals too. It doesn't matter what size they are, whether they're in the rural areas or in Summerland. And that goes also to reduce the amount. It's not the point whether you see it immediately on your final budget. Believe me, you will in the end. Every little penny will add up, and every little penny, look at the inflation rate, 4 point something, will make a difference in the end, particularly this year. And so 3,000, 1,500 or whatever, that's not the point. The point is if we are making a step in that direction where we say, okay, why don't we also give money to the Penticton Airport because we all use it? That would be another discussion just to start out of that one now. So that's why I'm saying I don't want to go there. It sets precedent in a direction that we cannot go.
Okay, Director Obrecht.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And I do support this application, and I do agree that it is regional. It has regional impact, regional benefit, and we have discretion at the board table. We have to find a balance. It's a very good discussion. So I think it's good to have these discussions. In OK Falls, we're exploring Arts and Cultural Center. We're our Economic Development Office, Community Development, we're working on Gail Scott. There's working on a project that involves art. That's a tour of First Nation sculpture throughout the region, even outside the regional district. And when you think about the benefit that comes to us all, in so many ways, when you're looking at art and culture and the well-being of people, we've heard from the hospital, we've heard Carl talk about how art can be part of a wellness experience with a delivery of healthcare even. historically, art often leads important, significant social and legal change. We can look at Dickens, we can look at Twain, we can look at Shaw, we can look at so much that art's important. So I support this, and I think in the grand scheme of things, yeah, it might be a penny or two, but I think we can afford a penny or two on something that's important.
McCordoff and then Director Kazak.
Thank you very much. Looking at economic development, when this particular event is held in Penticton, some of us from the outlying areas will attend, but the businesses in Penticton are the ones that are going to benefit from this, the hotels, the restaurants, all of the other amenities, and we all support them too. Just to be fair, we come up to Penticton to go to, I'm going to Bay Day after today on my, before I go home. And so I think that it's important to realize that we do support a lot of things in Penticton already because it's our hub, particularly we have our hospital here. But I want to point out that in Osoyoos, we not only have an art gallery, but we have a second one that's run by several of the artists in town. And we support them. And oftentimes we will have artists from Penticton, from Karameas, come over and do a show in the Osoyoos Art Gallery. So I think it's one of the things that we support. Absolutely do I think arts is important. Yes, I do. But I just want to put this in perspective that we all support Penticton in many ways. And I just think that the Penticton people need to realize that the outlying areas also support the arts in our communities. Thanks.
Okay. Director Kazakovich.
Thank you. I can support the request for $3,000 regionally. I think looking at the list of quickly at the list of participants, there's so many artists and folks that are involved region-wide. I know many of the names, and they don't live in Penticton. If I look at my spreadsheet for Area E for arts over the past 10 years, there's been over $30,000 spent directly to organizations in Penticton. So $3,000 for the whole region to share, I think, is really quite fair. So I support that amount.
Okay, Director Sentes.
Thank you again, Chair. Just in a bit of a rebuttal, if I may, my intent in speaking to capacity of an art gallery such as the Penticton Art Gallery, it was in no way intended to offend the art galleries that are on a much smaller scale, but in the rural area. I've gone to them myself. I think this is just an enhancement of the opportunity, and my point was in saying the gallery has the capacity to bring in an international event, which it has done. And I don't think that opportunity is available to the other art galleries, and therein lies the partnership. So I will continue to support this.
Okay, Director Holmes.
Invite everybody to come to Summerland and see the new George Riga Arts and Cultural Center, and you'd be very impressed about the capacity that building would have to host international events. Thanks.
Yeah, I was going to just say that I do think we've had a fairly thorough discussion on this. I don't see a handout. It's hard to keep track. Oh, Director Knodel does. Please go ahead, Director Knodel.
I just wanted to bring a point to, in Oliver and Area C support the Frank Venables Auditorium. Perhaps we should be supporting all of the events that happen there, because many of them are bringing in international players and very well-known names. And I'm sure Mayor Johansson would be as happy as me to share those costs with Penticton and the rural areas there. But at this point, we carry those costs as part of our budget, and you know, that's an awful lot of costs going out to support other areas' programs, which we do as a matter of course. So I'm going to side with Director McCordoff and Director Bauer. Thank you.
Okay, thorough discussion on this one. I'm going to call the question. This is for $3,000 in support. All those in favor? Hands can come down. Those opposed? Let's get this so I get it right. Directors Bush, Directors Roberts, Director Johansson, Director Holmes, Coyne, Bauer, and for it? Okay. What's the count on that?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 opposed.
And the screen, I forgot Director Knodel was opposed. It carries, okay. Next on the agenda.
The next one is the Okanagan Boys and Girls Club, and they're asking for $15,000 to support the Summerland and Oliver Youth Center and the Youth Engagement Study for Penticton.
Okay, thoughts on this one, Board? Director Bauer.
Yeah, I'd like to take that off the list too.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Holmes, Director Holmes, go ahead.
Yeah, again, this basically benefits 3 municipalities, and I would recommend that they go to those 3 municipalities and apply for grants and fundings from their budgets. And even though Summerland would benefit, I would favor that approach.
Discussion, Director Bauer.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that the biggest amount of the ask is going to wages and rent and mileage and all those kind of things that don't qualify. It's another example where people should ask for a donation rather than going through the whole criteria of grant and aid. Something we maybe want to discuss to get rid of, period.
Further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call the question on this one. And this is a no, for no support. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one. I looked, they were all supporting of no. Yep.
The next one is the Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team. They're asking for $4,224 for the purchasing of a fence. However, you will, in a very short time, be looking at Section 1 for supplemental requests on number 1, which is for $10,000 for 5 years and ongoing for the Regional Emergency Management Program is requesting, and to provide an operational support to ensure the continuity and sustainability of Animal Lifeline Emergency Response, $10,000 per year. So that's just to take into consideration.
Okay. But this ask specifically is for portable panel fencing to support their system. So looking for a motion. Director Coyne, or a question? Go ahead.
There it is. Can we, rather than don't give them the money for this, I was wondering if it would be more appropriate for the regional district to buy that fencing so that it can be part of our emergency response, and then they can take it to wherever we're going.
Yeah, we could do that, we have budget for that, but we could.
If that was the motion, I'll second it.
So what I asked was if it was more appropriate for us to purchase that fencing, and then when they need it, they can take it, and that way it stays within our region and it goes to where we need it to go. So, yeah, I'll make that as a motion if we can debate that.
I'll second
Not
it.
sure. 1 second on that. I don't think we need a motion. That's going to be at a later part of the budget if we add that into emergency services, would it not then?
So if the program change is approved later on, we could probably fit it within that line account. But if it's just taking this $4,000 from grants and trying to fit it, take it out of our emergency management program. We didn't budget for a fence in emergency management for 2022. So we'd have to bump something else out, that's all.
Okay. So you want to add $4,000 is the motion to the emergency program to purchase the fencing?
Yeah, that'd be.
That's
better.
the motion?
Yeah, that would work.
Okay. And a seconder on that?
Yeah.
Got it? Discussion? Director Monteith?
To the chair, do we have capacity to transport fencing, and how would that be managed? Stored, all those questions.
I think the storage would be the issue. Potentially, we wouldn't be transporting it, would be the alert group, but I'm not sure on that. So, Director Holmes?
If we could kind of defer discussion on this until we actually talk about that program change request and include it as part of that overall discussion. Is that possible?
It's very possible if you want to make the motion to defer.
I'll make a motion to defer.
Okay, moved, and seconded. All those in favor of deferral until that point? Perfect. We're carried. Next item on the agenda. Go ahead, Mr. Savino.
The next one is First Things First, Okanagan, and they're asking for $5,500. And it's for the Cool It program, and it's to introduce the Cool It program to elementary schools.
Director Bauer? To remove it?
Yes.
Okay, seconder for this one? Director Coyne is seconding it? Okay, it's on the floor. Discussion? Director Monteith?
To the chair, I'm not sure where to proceed with this. I did have a conversation with the presenters before they left, and there is an opportunity for the rural communities to all get together, so and do it virtually. So if we considered that, the costs that they would consider would probably be around the 4,000 mark, and that would do Naramata, West Bench, Caledon, Okanagan Falls, Karamias, and Princeton. So if we want to look at doing something rurally, they are open to that as an option, and around 4,000 would be the ask. So if that's of interest to the directors, I would make that motion.
I think that kind of a ask would come out of your electoral area grants.
Yeah, we're talking about the regional grants and aid program right now, Mr. Chair, so I don't think that would fit into this discussion.
Yeah. So right now, we're turning it down regionally, and if you decide at a later date you want to support it or can get a group together to support it, that's totally you guys' option at a later date. So, Director Kazakovich.
Yeah, I think this is something we really should be supporting, but I understand that it doesn't necessarily fit as a regional grant and aid, so I'm certainly willing to provide some support through my rural grant and aid with Director Monteith and the other directors that are interested in bringing it to the rural schools. So I think that's something that could be sent back to First Things First to have a discussion with the rural directors.
Good thoughts, Director Monteith?
To the chair, so how at that point would we get, say, Karamias and Princeton involved? Because we wouldn't have a service to acquire funds to participate.
They would do it through their grants from their towns, so if they're willing. I'll go to Director Coyne.
But we don't even have buy-in from our schools on this. This has never come up. It's not as easy as we're just going to throw some money at it and they're going to go into our schools. The school has to prove it. It has to go to a class. A teacher has to take this on. I'm not willing to support this until they've had a conversation with even our school district, let alone the schools.
Director Bauer?
I did not do that with Director Coyne. I had a conversation with the two, and I suggested they could come and ask for a donation, then they don't have to go through the criteria, because right now most of the money goes through to fees and paying an instructor, so which is salary, so it wouldn't qualify. But I think this should really be taken up by the Ministry of Education as part of their curriculum and not downloading it the way it is right now. I mean, this is a no-brainer to me. This should be taught in school as far as environment goes.
Further discussion from the board on this? I will call the question then. Right at this time, it's to say no to this regionally. So all those in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries. Next.
The next one's the Auger Lake Camp Society. They're asking for $6,593, and it's for funding a security gate, purchasing a washing machine, and tamping down the parking lot.
I'll go to Director Coyne first on this one. Just a slight change.
I'll make the motion to accept that one.
Accept that one?
Before I was gonna
Seconded?
say no to it.
Perfect. I thought so, but. Motion's on the floor to approve this. Discussion? Director Trainer, did you have a hand up?
I was going to second it, but I think somebody else on the floor already did.
Okay.
I just wanted to say I'm going to support this. I think this is a really unique facility, and we're always looking for ways to improve accessibility in our entire region. And I know that this facility is used by people from all over, and I think they're doing really great things. So I'm really happy to support them.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Go to Director Roberts and then Sentes.
Thank you. And I think, this is a real important facility. And I think maybe if we look at something that was more regional, outside of this in the future, we can discuss things like the landfill, like they saw that one of their line items is $700 a year. Small things that we can do in regards to an organization such as itself that really helps work with a marginalized and financially challenged population. So just a thought.
Director Sentes?
Thank you, Chair. As you know, for many years, I worked with children with disabilities, and this is beyond unique. I don't think there's another like it anywhere. The goal with children and youth and adults, for that matter, too, with disabilities, is to help them to be the best that they can be, and to help them to be able to experience the many things that they can with help. So this, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there was a dedication of land which began this wonderful function. So I think this is a regional thing because they will accept participants from anywhere within this area. So I wholeheartedly support this.
Okay. Is there a need for further discussion? I'll go to Director Robinson.
Yeah, I'm all in on this one.
Thank you. Seeing no more hands, we'll call the question. All in favor? Those hands can come down. Opposed? Director Bush, it carries. Next.
The next one is the Apex Freestyle Club, and it's to help pay down a debt for, I believe it's called a jumping airbag.
Okay. Thoughts on this one? Director Coyne Sr.
Take that one off the list too, please.
It's a no and seconded. Discussion? Director Coyne Jr.?
I can't support this just based on the fact that they've already purchased this and they said they borrowed money to purchase this. So are we paying a debt for them? I can't support that.
Further discussion? Director Kozakovich?
Yeah, I have to agree. I wish they had come to us before purchasing it. I know in the past, Area E has provided funding to the downhill club at the ski hill as well as Area D. I believe former Director Siddon did, and I'm not sure if others, and it would be nice to provide some support to the freestyle club, but I just can't support it the way it's being brought forward. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further? Seeing no hands, we'll call the question. This is again for a no. All those in favor? Okay, hands down. Those opposed? 2. Motion carries. Do you need those recorded? Okay. Next.
The next one is the South Okanagan Similkameen Volunteer Center Society. They're asking for $10,000. They did not make a presentation, but the $10,000 is for ongoing operational costs.
I think we maybe missed one. The hub.
So, sorry, that's on my list. Your list is different. So I will go to the District of Summerland. So the next one on your list is the District of Summerland asking for $50,000 for the Okanagan Food Innovation Hub, and it's for the purchase of various capital equipment to start to the Innovation Hub.
You're almost making me gun shy over that way, but Director Bauer.
Yeah, I would like to take that off too.
You're saying
I would like to
motion
take it
no.
off the list, yes.
Seconded? It's seconded. Discussion. Director Bauer?
Yeah, I think I at least owe an explanation here. Well, first of all, when you look at the financial plan that is being presented, if this was, and I mentioned that earlier to Director Holmes, if this was the Dragon's Den and you come with a financial plan like this, there's no confirmed resources. All we have is possibly, well, they're all pending requests from upper level governments and possible 200,000 to 400,000 other partners, and then perhaps a million in revenues to be self-sustaining. This is so vague, I just cannot possibly put money towards a project like this. That's not to say I don't like the idea. There's already other similar projects in place in BC, and I wish them luck, but at this particular moment, I cannot put money towards something like that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? Director Roberts.
I also think it's a challenge because it doesn't even really have a governance model. There's nothing really in place. It's just a possibility. And at this moment in time, it's, though all those other things are vague, but for me, it really bothers me that there's really no governance model at all.
I'll go to Director Holmes.
There is a model, there's a business plan. I think it might help if I give a bit of history to all this. This has been going on for a long time, and yes, I guess the question is, why is Summerland taking the lead on this? It starts with the Federal Agriculture Research Center that's based in Summerland, and companies like Okanagan Variety, Summerland Sweets, Massa Innovations, spin-off companies that came out of the research center to do added value agricultural products. And so it started in 2013 when there was discussions with the research station, the District of Summerland, and the Summerland Chamber of Commerce, where we agreed that we needed to somehow leverage what the research center was doing and make more of an investment in ag tech. And we've been meeting with UBCM at UBCM since 2015, every single year with the agricultural ministers, both Norm Letnick and Lana Popham. And it was in 2016, we received a rural dividend grant for $10,000, which the District of Summerland put in $7,500 to do a feasibility study. And in 2017, we decided to proceed. A presentation was made to the RDOS board in September 2017. And in that summer, the Ministry of Agriculture asked us to look at they put together this idea of a BC, the whole ag hub model that we're trying to plug into right now. So it's being driven since 2017. It's all being driven by the Ministry of Agriculture. We received in 2017 $25,000 from the ministry to put together a business plan. The District of Summerland put in $15,000. The City of Penticton contributed $5,000, and Community Futures put in $5,000. And we completed that business plan. And at the same time, the province was developing its model, envisioning one of these hubs in each region around the province. And so we undertook a request for qualification process at that time, and we scored highly, but we made a decision not to submit a request for proposal because of two reasons. One, we hadn't secured the location yet, which we're still working on. And the second one is because we didn't have long-term commitment from partners. And so those are the two things that we've been working on since then. And in the meantime, there's 12 of these hubs have been formed around the province, everywhere except the Okanagan, where agriculture is so important to this region. And we're the only region in the province that doesn't have a hub. So, the model exists in 12 other regions. It can exist here. And, Summerland we're totally committed to this. We have been for a long time. But if we don't get regional support to do this, frankly, it's going to go to Kelowna. It's because it's coming. It's going to end up somewhere in the Okanagan. So why don't we want it in our region? Anyway.
Okay. Thanks for the history on that. That's probably important for everybody to hear. Any further discussion? Director Coyne Sr.
Yeah, I mean, I have issues with this for my part of the valley. I know we're all talking regional here, and I appreciate that. But for my portion of the region, this would just be money out the window because we don't have the type of industry in our area that you guys do down in this part of the valley. So, we're primarily resources and resource extraction. So for my taxpayers to basically subsidize agriculture down here, that's a pretty big stretch for me to support this. So I believe this would be more of should be more of a sub-regional issue than for the entire region to be part of it. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? Director Monteith?
To the chair, I also want to share that I have artisans in my community who make salsa, marinades, and they've often rented the Okanagan Falls school kitchen to do their wares. And I've heard from them that to have a facility that they could do those sort of things and be able to sell their wares at markets, it's good for our industry. It's good for our communities. They make it, then they sell it, they go around to all the different fairs and they're doing their thing. I think it's important when we're looking at wanting local homegrown food that we do something. And I do see this as a possibility. I do think it might be a little bit young for an idea, but I definitely see it's going in the right direction. So it's definitely something that I think that maybe we should look at soon. It might be a bit early, but I do see high value in it. So I do support it for those reasons that I think that we do need something. And I think Summerland is a great place for the reasons that Director Holmes mentioned, that, the tie-in with research facility, that makes sense to be there. And Director Coyne, your residents will eat the marinades and the salsas that come out of the facility. So there is a benefit to having homegrown local produce and being able to access it locally before all our food comes from California or China, because that's where we're going.
Okay, I've got Director Robinson and then Roberts.
Yes, I would echo all the thoughts that Director Monteith just mentioned. Eating and producing local produce that's got to be what our region is all about. And given the pandemics and all the supply chain concerns that we have globally right at the moment, I think the time is here that we have to put more emphasis on local produce and you know, eating is something we all do. So if we can do it closer to home, I am all for it. And again, if some of the directors don't feel comfortable with the full amount, we could always grant them half of what they're looking for. But I feel very strongly that we should be in on this, and we should be in on it at the beginning and give them a hand up.
Okay, thank you, Director Roberts. Then Gettens and Olbrich. Go ahead.
Thank you. And for follow-up on that, like I'm very supportive of the food hub, the principle, and even a lot of what was spoke of by Director Holmes. I think I struggle a little bit with how it was presented and what we're specifically looking at putting the 50,000. And I don't really disagree with 50,000. Like it's a costly venture, but I see it the opposite maybe of Director Coyne. I see it needs to be more of a regional approach, and because it lends into issues, because it's about our sustainability. The KPU study that came out, I'm encouraging that to be a part of my OCP in regards to food sustainability. I think my only issue is just how this is presented forward. And I think, as it's been stated before, this is not the end. I'm looking at having further discussion, and if we can have more, maybe even a group more coming from Summerland, and how we could work it into a more regionalized plan, I'd be interested in that discussion.
Thank you. Director Gettens?
I just wanted to also say thanks to Director Holmes for the background. And I think it's, you don't get an opportunity to be the leader very often for the South Okanagan. Usually that goes central. They have a bigger tax base, and, you know, there's sort of a lot of forward thinking coming out of the central. And one thing that I know from the Okanagan Film Commission, the reason Kelowna dominates that so often is because they've invested. They've got the sound stage, they've got the people, they've got the industry around there. And this is something that I think really in the South Okanagan, we do this better than the Central Okanagan. And I think this is an opportunity to own that and to claim it and to help this grow. And I agree, I think it should go regional. Like, this is just something that we do very, very well here. So I'm willing to support this as well.
Thank you. Director Olbrich, and then Kazakovich and Johansson.
Yes, and thank you. And I also support this. I see it as regional. I echo the comments of Director Gettens and Teeth. I agree with Director Robinson completely. I've always been impressed by the Penticton Farmers Market. I look at our region and the chefs and the wonderful job that's done throughout the region. I just see this as a regional opportunity that does bring value. So I do support keeping it honest. And
Okay, thank you. Director Kazakovich.
Thank you. I do support this. We've been talking about food security, sustainability for years, and we did spend $50,000 on the study with Kwantlen College back in 2017, 18, I think it was, or 19. We've seen what's happened with COVID. We've seen impacts to supplies. The increase in food has gone up at least 5%. So I think we should be doing something. This is our opportunity to be involved. Maybe the $50,000 amount is a bit high, or may be a bit high for some folks. So maybe that needs to be adjusted. But I think we would be missing a really good opportunity to be involved in an agriculture project like this for our region. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Johansson.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a good idea, and I think innovation moving forward is something that we need to look at, and we need to leverage the agriculture that we have in our valley here, because it is a huge potential revenue source that we need to take advantage of. The challenge I had with this is just the business case, the way it was presented. I was really struggling why we needed to spend $50,000 today on kitchen equipment. If that's where we're going to go with it, then I'm not going to be able to support it. But I would support it that the $50,000 would be contingent on grant funding being approved from the provincial government. I think if we make a commitment that we will follow through on that, that's the same thing. That's a pretty solid indication. And I know in a lot of grant applications, they just look for a resolution from council that there will be matching funds or funding up to a certain amount if the funding is approved. So we're supporting it, but we're supporting it contingent on the actual province getting involved and coming up with the real bucks that it's going to make this fly. I don't think $50,000 is going to make a difference one way or the other than our commitment to make $50,000 available. So if it's possible, I would make a motion, but we have one on the floor right now to deny.
We do have a motion on the floor at the moment, and that's total opposite. So I think we need to deal with the one on the floor and then make a new one if that's the direction from the board. So I'll continue with the speakers list.
Point of order.
Yes.
Sorry, point of order. I don't see any reason why it can't be amended to include a contingency like that. Or
Well,
is it because it's a negative vote?
It's a negative vote at the moment. So I think we need to deal with that first and then come up with an amount and a direction if we so choose. So Director McCordoff, then Monteith and Bauer.
Thank you very much. I definitely support the idea of this. I find $50,000 is just way too much right now to support in terms of what the ask was, because I'm a little confused. I think it's a lot of money. I definitely support food sustainability and food security, and I would like to personally provide some money now to say, yes, we agree and we approve of what you're doing, and hope that they would, once some of these other things are in place, come back and ask for some more money, perhaps next year. So I will vote against $50,000 right now, but I would certainly be open to something after that. Thank you.
Just for information, the motion on the floor is 0 at the moment. So that's where we're at. Director Monteith and then Bauer. And then I think I'm going to call the question unless someone else who hasn't spoken wants to. So Monteith.
To the chair, I encourage directors around the table. I think that we need to see what the financial impact of 50,000 would be on our taxes before we make a final decision. So I feel that keeping it on the table, having it presented in the next budget so we can get a true picture of the impact for our communities makes sense to me. So I can't support the negative, and I would make a motion to make sure that the 50,000 is there so we can get the true impact and give opportunity to have discussion about maybe that idea that Director Johansson mentioned.
Okay. Director Bauer?
Yes, thank you. I'll keep it short. So right now, there is no land to build anything on it. We have no money to build with, and we want $50,000 for a kitchen that doesn't exist on a land in a building that doesn't exist. That is the issue here. Do I support the idea? Yes, absolutely, like Director Johansson and Director McCordoff, 100%, if we can write a letter of support commitment, so that goes along with the rest of the kind of vague financial plan now. I'm all in favor of it, but giving out 50,000 to that business model is just irresponsible.
Okay. We do have a motion on the floor, and at the moment, the motion is to not support this item, so I'm going to call the question on it. All those in favor? Okay, hands down. Those opposed? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All the hands are up that are opposed. At that point, the motion would carry, I guess. 9 and 10 is 19. Do we have everybody here? Hands can come down. Oh. Watt isn't here, so that makes 10. So we were 9-9. It's defeated. 10 to carry, yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so the motion is defeated. So, question?
On the table?
No, the motion to deny them is defeated, so we could entertain a new motion at this point?
I
or-
would like to put forward a motion
Okay, go ahead.
that we provide the $50,000 in support contingent on the additional funding being approved by the provincial or federal government for the project.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Seconded. Lots of seconds on that. Do we need more discussion on it? Okay, CAO?
Just so everybody fully understands, so even though it's conditional, if you commit, we're going to put it in the tax requisition. So you would see that impact on your, even though you're making it conditional on another grant, we're going to raise the money so that we could meet that condition if a grant is achieved.
I think we're okay with that, as understood. Seeing no discussion on this, I'll call the question. In favor? Hands up. Okay, looks unanimous. Supported. Any opposed? Oh, one. No problem. Motion carries anyway. Two, so
yeah.
motion carried. I think there's one item left. Go ahead.
Thank you. The last one is a South Okanagan Similkameen Volunteer Center Society. They're asking for $10,000, and while they didn't make a presentation, they are looking for that money for ongoing operational costs.
Okay. Thoughts on this? Director Coynes, Jr.
Motion to remove it.
Okay, motion to remove, seconded. Discussion? Nobody knows who they are. Director Roberts. Go ahead.
Thanks. I think each year that they have presented, every time we've asked them questions, whether or not they were providing volunteers or support or issues that we had in Similkameen Valley, it was always no. So, yeah, that's why I'm choosing negative. And if they would have came and presented otherwise, I might have thought about it differently.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands can go down. Opposed? Motion carries. That deals with all our grant and aids. So for now, go ahead, Mr. Savino.
Thank you. So I'll just continue at the 2022 budget. One of the things that's always been a question is the time tracker. And right now, one of the softwares that we use, it's called HRIS MyWay. And that's where staff actually keeps track of where their time goes to. With the Apex Fire Department coming online, there'll be 156 services each year. And I saw the full year of how it actually works. And it does work very efficiently, and that staff makes sure that when the hours that they work on is charged to the appropriate time. And at each budget time, we look at what the charges are, look at what was guesstimated, estimated, and then we readjust it, fine tune it, so that we're looking at as close as the charges as possible. So that's just something I just wanted to add on. So all staff have a baseline allocation, that there are some basic charges that are continuing, for instance, for finance. There's a charge for utility, the utility clerk who does billings. Their times, majority of it goes to the same accounts one year after another. So that's what I call baseline. The 156 individual accounts I just spoke of equates to 156 distinct budgets. Only those participants in services pay for the services. Most services are allocated costs based on assessment. And I say most because there are others where there's an anomaly, for like the mosquito program and other programs where it's not assessment. And assessment is pretty well basic for British Columbia, how taxes are redistributed by local government. So services, and I actually have that in the budget, are regional, rural, shared, local, area specific. And in your budget under Schedule A, it actually shows the budget at the program levels so that you can very quickly see at the program rather than the 156 individual pages. However, if you're interested, and most of you will be, to look at what the specific page is, the program report ties back to the page number, and you can go specifically right back to that budget. The new thing that I'll be discussing shortly is the capital component. There's 44 programs that have capital projects of the 156. I never expected all 156 to have capital projects at the same time, but overall, the majority will. There are some services that are only for debt servicing, and they will not have a capital project. So will the budget change? Yes. The budget that you have in front of you is based on the 2021 revised roll. That revised roll will change with the BC assessment giving us the 2022 revised roll, and that doesn't really happen until sometime in January. And so that there'll be some changes in the redistribution of the tax assessment. So the prior year surplus have been updated. However, I was very conservative so that I'd rather come back to the board and say, here's more money than I need back. I need some more back because I may have underestimated the surplus. That's my nature, so that I believe that the surpluses aren't going to be hit hard. And with the new policy that the board had, surpluses, and you'll see in your budget, the majority of the 99.9% of the surpluses are transferred into your operating budget reserves. So if I made a $25 error or $1,000 error or a guesstimate, I wouldn't say error, I just guesstimate, all it affects is the reserves. So there's not going to be a hit like in prior years where there's a deficit and the service has to pay for it for the next 2 or 3 years, where there was only one account that's left like that for 2022, and that's being taken care of with the recommended budget. Updates also for the SIR, I have not received that for the 2022 budget. The library budget is in. That was very efficient and sent early. And the other budget is OBWB. I haven't received that, so that will also be updated as soon as staff receives it. So 2022 capital request summary. So in your package, what staff has created is that baseline budget I keep talking about. You have a 44-page capital budget with approximately 60 to 80 support pages to identify why the staff is asking or says that recommending that the capital projects have to be done in 2022. But you also have a 4-year projection of what is expected or what is needed. So it's a 2022 to 2026 true capital 5-year plan. And I expect it to be more robust as time goes by, because staff is very diligent with this. One of the things that you don't see in the background, where the capital budget is posted from it's called the Reserve Project Tracker, where it shows what's affordable and what's not. So in all the projects that you've seen for the 44 pages, it takes into account future transfers to reserves for 22, 23, 24, et cetera. So, and there may be some projects just that may be contingent on a grant, and that's also will be identified. And one of the new things that you see now, but it was in the background, is the carryover forms. As I stated at a previous meeting, I don't know if it was today or yesterday, there's 44 capital projects that are being transferred or carried forward for whatever reason or not. And that's also identified. So that's just something that I just wanted to point out to the board. So 22 capital budget lists, as I stated, it's very detailed for the 2022 and summary for 23 onwards. That 23 will be the detailed also. So staff's now required to actually show the board more detail than ever. The other thing too is as time goes by, you as the board will also take a look at a recommendation that staff's going to present to you on a policy on the capital side, where staff's recommending that no capital project directly be funded from taxes. So in the previous years, that has been the case where the reserves weren't there, the funding wasn't properly there, so taxes was hit. So you had a yo-yo that was going up and down on your tax requisitions because of that. You can fund it indirectly through operational by doing transfers to reserves. And one of the things that once before the board receives the budget for first reading, you're going to get a report from staff that says the tax increase is, this portion is operational and this portion is capital. So I'm actually in the process of looking at that number, and because it's regional, I can do a regional wide number, but I also want to show how that also applies at the specific electoral area level. So that's just something that is in the works. And the other thing that's in the works, and it's a work in progress, and you will be getting it before the budget is adopted. It's called a supplemental, it's a service detailed request form, and it says the objective of the service. And one of the things where the staff will be also presenting is a performance measurement for as many of the services that are available that can have a performance measurement. Not everything can have a performance measurement, but those that can, we were looking at having that implemented too. And it shows your taxpayer and yourselves why that budget was why that service was originally created. So, and once it's there permanently. The work up front is a little bit more for 2022, but after that, it's the same report. The only thing that changes is the bylaw number was always the same unless it's updated, but it also shows the tax limit on each one of your forms. So that's just something that's added. The actual budget for operational has it too, but this is just a second check on it. So you saw on the report that you received, you saw some program capital requests that have zero. What I did is I took all of the capital requests and I separated them by program, but I also wanted you to know the programs that didn't have any. So it's not just something, yes, this one is zero. If I go to the next one, you'll see it. I apologize, it's so small, but this is more for information only. It's got the page number on there. It's got the service number if you're interested. So when you talk to staff and ask the question, you can state, well, page 32, this service is got a capital cost of whatever. You can ask the manager in charge the more details. Every one of those has a funding source. So none of those is a wish list that can't be afforded. So you know that it's not going to affect taxes directly. It's very important to note that when we do have our meetings, you look at your transfer to reserves and say, well, I can cut my taxes by 50, 60, whatever, $1,000. There's a consequence to that. And that consequence is one of those projects may not be affordable. And I now have a meeting set with all the electoral area directors for next week at one time or other, along with the corresponding managers that are in charge of those projects. So that it's not just me that you're talking to because I'm in front of you, but it's the managers as a whole that need to be in the room. So you can ask the question and have an answer immediately. If for whatever reason the manager can't be that day, we'll reschedule it. I'll take the notes and that manager will call you and have an answer for you. So we're trying to be transparent, we're trying to be inclusive, and I hope that really works. So I don't know how many of you saw the details on these, and like here's this one program, there's only one. And again, except for the transfers to reserves, this is all funded. And when I say funded, it's not all reserve. It's some of it would be grants, donations, and any other things other than taxes. And when we come back, you'll have a more detailed listing, not just a summary. This is just more for information because it's the first year that this has happened, you've seen it. It's not uncommon for a municipality to have this, but it is for this regional district to have a separate capital request. And as you can see, they're all at the program level, but it's important that you also know. So one of the next things on the agenda is for the board to start reviewing the supplemental requests. Now, they've been called program change requests, so I kept the same. So supplemental requests tell you what the service is, the why there's a request, the rationale, the amount asked, and I thought that the board may be interested in seeing the tax impact. So when I say the tax impact, it's not overall for your area or for the region as a whole, it's for that service only. And this specific one is where we're talking earlier about the Animal Lifeline emergency response for that fence. So there is an ask here for $10,000 that would be on an ongoing basis. However, the board wanted to discuss that $4,224 fence at this stage, and I could bring it back to the chair for your discussion and your approval or not.
Okay, thank you. So we're talking emergency planning. CAO, did you have anything to add on this one?
Yeah. Under regional grants, I mean, I think we all understand from 2021 that alert is a critical component of our emergency response system. It's almost like the ESS group now that deals with the evacuees. We also have to evacuate animals. Always our events, whether it's flood or fire, they start out in a remote part of the regional district somewhere, and then they end up in an interface area with some of our incorporated communities. But in the meantime, there are animals all over the place, whether it's cattle out ranging or whether it's the hobby farms or just people with pets that they can't locate before they have to evacuate. And alert has become is always on our wing whenever we need somebody to go out and deal with people with animals, because when we host them at a reception center, they can't bring their animals with them. So we agree that this should be an ongoing component of our emergency planning program, and that we should make alert a line account, just like we do all those other essential components. So we're recommending that for 2022, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. If I could, I just want to make the point here that we're talking about 10,000 annually, but we do have a motion on the floor at the moment that's been deferred for an additional 4,000. So should we make this 14,000 for this year, or just deal with those two separately? Which would be the cleanest? I would think separately probably, right?
Yeah, you could deal separately. I mean, we'll put 10,000 in the budget, but frankly, during an event, we get a task number and we put in a resource request, and usually the overtime or the exceptional stuff for alert is funded through EMBC. But as an ongoing basis, something like a fence or a minor improvement to one of their facilities, or a fence they can move around with them where they have to quarantine these animals, we could probably fit in that annual budget.
Okay, well, since we're talking the annually first, let's do it separately and deal with the 10,000. I'll go to Director Kozakovich.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, the request they have, the 4,000 or so, can we not just have that in this 10,000? It would come out of there?
I believe it could, but Mr. Woods is at the table. He could respond on what the 10,000 is.
Go ahead, Mr. Woods.
You got me there? All right. Yeah, the $4,000 ask, I'm not overly familiar with. That came in outside of our program, but you know, again, it's been said already, the $10,000 ask is appropriate for the level of service we get from them. When we get into the tangible asks like fences, it's been brought up, you know, logistics of looking after that's going to take some additional conversations with them. But if it's just a straight up purchase from the $10,000, that'd be the cleanest way to do it for them.
Okay. Director Gettins?
I think with alert and just how things have been the last few summers, if they need fencing to do the job well, then I think we should support that separate from their operations. I think it is a one-time thing, and we want these volunteers to be well-equipped. We want them to do a good job. I'm sure many of you have heard on CBC when you were talking to people that had to leave Linton and the angst around leaving your pets and all the rest of it. And these are what these guys do best. So I think we need to support them, get geared up, what they need to do, and then also support them operationally. So I'll vote in favor of the $10,000 and also the $4,200 for the fencing.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Roberts and then Coyne. And Bush, yeah, okay. Go ahead.
I think if I've been hearing straight, I think they never got $10,000 a year from us before. And I think now that they're getting that, you know, I think this ask prior in regards to the fencing kind of ties in with all that. I think that really you could take it out of that 10,000 and this is something they didn't have before. All of a sudden now they're going to get $10,000 a year because it was already stated and seen by staff as a need. So that's kind of a question and a statement at the same time.
Okay, we'll go to the CAO first.
Okay, so they're not going to get $10,000. We want to put $10,000 into the budget, and if they need support during the year, we'll fund it out of that line account. We don't want them coming back every year with a grant request for items that we're going to have on an ongoing basis, but we're not giving them a grant out of this 10.
So I've got Director Coyne, Bush, and then Monteith. So Director Coyne Jr.
So the reason is that working? Yeah. So the reason I want to buy the fence separate from anything we give to them is we haven't always used alert. And right now we're talking about using alert, but what down the road, will alert still be the organization we go to? We used CDART in 2017. The last couple of years we've used alert. If we need this infrastructure to do that job, then I want the regional district to have that as part of our collection of tools to be able to use. So if they have to come to the Princeton PXA and we have to put up temporary fencing, or if we have to use the PXA grounds in Osoyoos or Summerland, we have that ability no matter what the organization who's our animal, ESS provider at the time. That was my rationale behind it, was that we purchase it for that reason, because alerts here right now, we thought CDART was all that in 2017, but by the end of the year, we weren't using them anymore. So I don't want to keep buying stuff.
Fair enough. Director Bush?
Yeah, well, I feel better, like CAO Newell said, we budget for it, but if we don't spend it, if they don't need it, then that's great. Because, I just can't see taking 10,000 each year if they don't need it.
Okay. Director Monteith.
To the chair, I also want to point out too that there's a difference between a donation that an organization would be able to go and purchase the fencing in this case, or creating a line item that's going to have administration fee, staff time possibly charged to it if there's any allocation for billing, accounting. So, the 10,000 may not actually transpire to actual $10,000 of use is what I'm going with. So I think that keeping them separate is important. And I think that if we're buying something that's usable, like fencing, it's something that is an asset that we can have as an organization. So I think that we should keep it ourselves, actually.
Director Holmes?
Yeah, I think Director Coyne kind of asked the question, which I don't know the answer to myself, are we better off owning this fence ourselves? And my inclination is no. Why would we want to own this big heavy fence where we have no place to put, why add assets if we don't need them? But on the other hand, do we want to be beholden to one organization to provide that service? And I don't have an answer for that, and I would certainly like to hear the people who are running the program to see how they see it, what they see the advantages and disadvantages, whether we own it ourselves or we provide a grant and aid for alert. I think it's needed, but it's not clear in my head who should own that fence. And then I have a question about the 10,000 itself, but we can come back to that.
Okay. CAO?
We'll refer that to Mr. Woods.
Mr. Woods?
I see this very similar to the structure that we've got in place with the search and rescue team. So 2007, we had the same conversation the board did with the 4 SAR teams in the region where they were, coming back with routine asks through the electoral directors, municipalities. So we were directed to establish an agreement with the 4 SAR teams. They formed a separate society. That agreement's still in place. Their part of it is to continue to deliver the services that they do. They ebb and flow with volunteers, but they're generally there and come to the table when they're needed. They provide us with an ask each year. There's a recurring amount in the budget, in the emergency management budget, for $55,000. It's had small growth over the past years. I think the important part of that agreement is that they continue to operate as they see fit. They say, here's what we need. There's a series of pieces of operational equipment. They all collectively agree on what those pieces of equipment should be throughout the region, including the training that's associated with it. And the board grants them those funds each year as a line item. So administratively, we have a very small role to play. So I'd like to see it be in that same structure where we have a team that we know has been in place for some time. It's true, there's other teams that are out there. But my guess is that each year they'll come back with a new ask. So as long as that amount is in place, they can at least work within it, and the board can certainly look at it on a year-by-year basis.
Oh, no, Mark, he's asking if we want to own the fence or if we want Alert to own the fence.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to own the fence. Like, I mean, immediately it becomes an operational challenge for us to move it around because we operate emergency operations centers that have emergency support service teams, which we always hope the CDART and Critter Aid and those agencies and Alerts, the primary, is in place. But ourselves moving fences around, that would be just another logistical challenge.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Coyne and then Roberts.
So, I never know if I'm on or not. Well, maybe this is a conversation for another day. Maybe those of us with rodeo grounds or PXAS, grounds that these organizations use, maybe we have to have that conversation, and maybe we should be the ones purchasing those fences. They're not that expensive. You can buy enough fence for a corral for, well, there was one online for sale for $2,000 the other day. So, I mean, you can buy this stuff. It's not overly expensive. And maybe it's just things we have to do as upgrades to our facilities because they already use our paddocks and our barns and everything else. And this is added to that as a supplementary to where they're already using. So maybe this is a conversation, maybe Mark's team needs to talk to the municipal teams and saying, maybe this is something we need to look at as a regional approach that way, instead of giving it to an organization who we don't know who's going to be here, say 2 years down the road, and we're going to be working with another group. I'm just really reluctant to be giving the money to organizations that we don't know if we have a long-term relationship with, when this is a new relationship and I don't know where it's going to end up.
Yeah. We don't really have a works yard or an operations facility. So storing large bulky things doesn't really fit into our operation right now. That's the only reason I hesitate.
Okay. Director Roberts and then Obrick and Robinson.
Thank you. Coming from the initial statement from Director Coyne, I see the negative point on that being that the next thing we'd have to do is get horse trailers, and that's not our role. It's more assisting in the management of these already pre-existing. And I think his follow-up statement in regards to those municipalities that do hold and have those facilities, that may be a really good further discussion. But yeah, that's why I wouldn't be supportive of us owning the panels. But you could store them at my place. I have a couple of horses and.
No, yeah.
That's verging into the conflict
Director
area, Director Roberts.
Go ahead, Director Obrick.
Yeah, yes, thank you. And I just wanted to add a few comments. I think Alert has done an amazing good job historically, and I really appreciate Mr. Wood's comments on how we handle search and rescue. It's a good comparable. I agree with what Mr. Woods said, and I don't have any issue with this being a grant and aid. I think it fits well into that. I get real nervous. I'm a big fan of Director Bauer, and I just don't think we should be micromanaging volunteer organizations. The administration overhead cost to the city of Penticton alone would be unfathomable. So I would really prefer if we let the volunteers who have done great service in this area just continue. The Emergency Operations Center, I think it's very sad that our Emergency Operations Center has gotten so good. They've gotten so good because of the experience. That's the sad part. The last 5 years, I can't even imagine how awful it is at times. So when we have these great organizations that are stepping up, like Search and Rescue and the agency service volunteers, the reception center volunteers, it's they need a tool to do the work. It's a small ask for a big outcome, and I don't see the benefit of us getting into the fence storage management deployment business. I don't know where the I don't know where the cost savings are on that approach. So those are my comments, but thank you.
Thank you. Director Robinson?
Thank you to the chair. Yeah, I agree with the previous speakers. I think we're overcomplicating this, and given global warming and wildfires aren't going anywhere for our future, not that I see anyway, and I have no problem just making it a straightforward donation.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion from the board on this then? Am I missing a hand? Oh, Director Knodel.
Yeah, I'm in favor of letting them own it. The cost of us storing it could soon outweigh the cost of the fence itself. And we also have the problem with upkeep and maintenance. They know what they need to make it work for them. It belongs in their control. It's not a large ticket item. We've already purchased them a CCAN that they use to their own uses. So let's leave it with the people who have to make it work for them. Thank you.
Okay. I guess my only question on this is the $4,000 coming out of that 10? Is that the intent of the board, or are we adding 4,000 to that 10 for this year? That's where I'm wondering. Just, we need to be clear. So, Director Holmes?
Yeah, that was the question I was saving, actually. It's not clear in my head what that $10,000 is for.
I'll turn it over to Mr. Woods. I see it as a placeholder, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Woods.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, they've indicated to us that they have about a $28,000 annual operating budget, so it's really to supplement their annual operations. So everything from training and procedural development and really just their core operation. And, you know, like many of these groups, they pound the pavement to get grants to continue to operate. This is really just putting it as a placeholder to ensure that agency still remains in place when we need them.
Go ahead.
They would be getting 10,000 every year. It wouldn't vary depending on the severity of the wildfire season.
That's what's proposed. Like similar to the STAR group, there's $10,000 in the line item. You can treat it as an annual donation amount, or you can ask them for specifics on what they're spending it on. Like we do with STAR.
We'll talk about that. I still think they need to verify what they're going to be using it for.
Okay. Further discussion? I did see a hand, I thought, over here besides seeing no. Director Gettens, you had a question?
I was just gonna, I think it's all been said before. Again, they some tools that are needed to do their job. I almost feel like it should be more official, really, because they are such a critical part of rural and fire evacuation. So I'm happy to do this as a grant for the fencing. I agree that we shouldn't get into having to the logistics of having to move that fence around. I think that they've got enough going on in the EOC when they need it, and just go forward with the grant and aid, which is what I would vote for.
Okay. Director Santos.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a clarification. If we go with this 10,000 annually and hopefully we don't have any incidents, they don't need the money, do we continue to put 10,000 in, or does it roll over, or does it, if they haven't used it all, is it gone and then another 10,000 is put in? Like if they spent, say, 6 and there was 4 in, would the next budget year put them another 10 to take it to 14? Would that be the idea?
No, we're showing the surplus. It comes out of it's going to come out of the emergency management program.
Okay.
And at the end of the year, if there's a surplus in that program, the surplus
goes
would
back.
show the next year.
Thank you.
Go into reserves more than likely. Director Holmes.
So it seems to me that there might be a bit of confusion on whether it's just 10,000 going straight to the organization every year, or if it's just how much they need every year. If it's just however much they need every year, then I would suggest that 4,000 for the fence could come out of that 10,000 for this year.
Director Johansson.
Sure. To me, this is $10,000 providing operational support for the same group that's asking for the fence. So to me, I would not give them the grant for $4,000 and let them make the decision whether they think they need to buy fencing out of that $10,000 that they're being provided operational support for.
Okay. Any further on this? Director Coyne Senior, please.
So is one of those a motion?
Haven't had a motion other than to support the 4,000, which was deferred. So we're looking for some direction here.
So could I make a motion that we take the 4,000 out of the 10,000? Is that
So a total of 10, but out of that 10, or in that 10 is the 4,000 for fencing.
Yeah, we give them the 10,000 and they can spend it as they need it.
That's to be determined yet. but-
Okay.
So we're dealing with just $10,000 is the motion then, and how that's determined is going to be talked about, but a seconder for that motion. Seconded? Okay.
Can I clarify that though?
I'll go to the CAO.
Okay, so two different things. One, we had a motion to provide a $4,000 grant to Alert, that got deferred. So that's on the floor.
Yes.
I don't care whether you take the 4,000 out of the 10 or not. I want Alert as a line account in future years in the budget. So I'm sure we can make it work, whatever you come up with. But first of all, you have to dispose of the motion for the $4,000 grant under the regional grant program.
Okay, so the motion he made is, the intent is to have that 4,000 come out of that 10. So technically, we got to deal with that $4,000 grant, as he said. So I'm going to call the question on the $4,000 at this point, unless there's discussion on it.
Quick.
Go ahead,
And then I
please,
know,
Director
and then I'll
Gephardt.
start talking, but the way, thank you, Chair. So the way I'm seeing the $10,000 is that direction is from our staff saying, this is what we think we need in the EOC to work with Alert. Alert's grant and aid is saying completely different, because I don't think you guys collaborated on the $10,000, the $4,000 ask, and that ask is for, we need this fence. So staff need the $10,000 to support the work that they're doing with Alert. The fence is what Alert is feeling that they're needing. So I see it as two different things. This is a tool, this is operations. So that's why I will vote for the fencing to be granted to them so they can buy the tool. Staff direct us on what they need to do with the $10,000.
Okay. Starting to get confusing. But the motion at the moment is to take the 4,000 out of the 10. That's what we've just put on the floor, so. Dealing with that.
Sorry, that would be a point of order. We had a
Go ahead.
deferral on a motion for the 4,000. We should deal with that first and then the $10,000 grant.
Yeah, you're right. We're going to deal with the 4,000 right now. Is the question on the $4,000. Where it comes from will determine when we discuss the 10,000. So calling the question on the fencing 4,000. Are we supporting it? All those in favor? It's a $4,000 for supporting the fencing. In favor? Okay. Hands can come down. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The motion is defeated. So that means we're back to the core question of the emergency planning, 10,000. Go ahead. You're moving 10,000 annually, seconded. Discussion? Director Robinson and then Holmes.
Yeah, I'd like to amend it to 13,000, if I could get a seconder.
That would be annually, is just to make sure you're understanding that. So a seconder for that motion to amend?
No, sorry, I didn't understand that.
Okay, withdrawing that?
I withdraw that.
It wasn't seconded, so.
Okay, so this is a new program for us, so it's evolving, but what we want is a line account within the emergency planning program for animal care, right? So at this point, it's alert. So every year when we come up with a budget, that amount may change. But at this time, the important thing is us asking you to, let's not consider an annual grant for some small improvement that Alert wants to make. Let's make this a line account within the emergency planning program. And we've used 10,000 as a figure. It's sort of arbitrary.
Yeah, so it's moved and seconded for 10. Director Robinson, you had another hand up there?
Yes,
Go
I
ahead.
just had another thought. Would, after we finish this motion and hopefully get it approved, could I make another motion then for a different amount for the fencing?
If you so desire and can get a seconder, yes. But Director
Okay,
Coyne.
consider it done.
No, it's not working yet. There we go. For clarity, can we take the word alert out of that line item and call it animal ESS?
Yeah.
Would that be better so we're not associating it with an organization?
So is that considered a
That would
friendly
be-
amendment?
yeah.
So, okay, don't need to deal with that then, but it's 10,000 annually. Any further discussion? Director Holmes?
So can the fence come out of this $10,000?
Not yet.
No?
No. And it won't come out of it with the, we defeated the motion of giving them a grant for the fencing. So the fencing at the moment is off the table.
We defeated a motion for a grant and aid to fencing.
Fencing.
But if we approve this, 10,000, so it's not clear to me exactly how that 10,000 is going to be spent. And so my question is, can a fence come out of that 10,000? If they, yeah.
Yeah, we are seriously over complicating this issue. If we can get animal rescue as a line account in our emergency program, we'll figure the rest out.
Anything further? Calling the question on 10,000 annually. All those in favor? Thank you. Hands can come down. Those opposed? Director Bush, motion carries. Director Robinson.
I'd like to put forward a motion that we give them half the money they asked for the fencing.
So this is a grant and aid, correct?
Yes, yes,
Okay, so that would be 2,000?
I believe so.
They asked for 4, so 2,000. Is there a seconder for that motion? Director Knodel is seconding. So the motion is on the floor. And this is grant and aid we're talking about, not annually out of the 10,000 or anything like that. So just so everybody's clear. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? 1, 2, okay, thanks. Hands can come down. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Motion fails or is defeated. So no grant and aids at this point, just so everybody's aware of that. Next on the agenda, please, Mr. Zaffino.
Thank you. So the next one is supplemental request 2, and it's for Clayton Recreation Area. Request to increase the delivery for recreation program, $22,420 annually. It's a 14.39% increase for that specific service. Staff's here to answer questions.
Okay. Questions on this or thoughts? Director Monteith?
Motion now, or?
It would need to
Each
be
one?
approved as a change request. A quick question, if I could, as it's Cleaton, just for everybody's clarity, I'm assuming everything is, and this is Area I specific? Just, that should be correct? Okay.
Not Area I, would be specific to that Clean
The
Recreation.
Cleaton Recreation Service, my mistake, yes. Director Monteith?
So at this time, I'm going to make a motion to deny it, and if I decide after meeting with Jim to bring it back, I'll do so.
Okay, motion to deny, a seconder for that? Seconded? Is there a need for discussion? Seeing any hands? None? Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Hands down, opposed? Motion carries. Next.
Thank you. Supplemental request 3 is a service to divide into 8 parks and recreation services. The detail is on item number 3 in your section, and the request is to fund additional costs associated with the new assets or enhancement services. The total is $114,350, and the tax impact is as stated in request 3, section 1.
Okay. Is this specific to any one area, or is it?
This is actually very specific to a number of areas, and Jim just mentioned 8 Parks and Rec services, but actually and it's on our full sheet, if I believe that's in your package. That's broken out into corporate facilities, Naramata Parks and Rec, Okanagan Falls Parks and Rec, Cleaton Parks and Rec, a portion of the Luce Bay Campground Service, Tulameen Recreation, Area F Parks and Recreation, and Regional Trails. So this is broken out based on the service needs that we have within our staffing and services associated with those. Again, on the sheet, it indicates this is essentially based on growth. We've acquired some parks and some facilities and additional amenities within those parks, like bathrooms that require additional service level. So what we've done is supplemented. There's an FTE request that's coming forward shortly for a number of hours, but this is the operational budget that would be associated with it. So we've broken it out based on the hours that would be needed within those individual functions, within those individual service areas. And that's again available on the sheet if you want to look at those line by line.
Thank you. Direction on this, Director Monteith?
To the chair, can we see that information? I haven't seen that yet.
It's in your, if you've got the budget package, it's in your section, under section 1, and it's item request number 3, and it's got the detail on there.
What page number, sorry?
It would be, page 3 of section 1, so it'd be the third ask.
My computer keeps sleeping on me.
No, I need more information.
Yeah, I could show it.
Yeah, it goes to sleep on me steady. Director Gettens, please.
To the chair, I've got it on page 398 of the agenda, and it's all the slides that we're going through, and then broken out in more detail on page 398. So there you can see like corporate facilities and how much it is, Naramata Parks, how much each of us are paying into it.
Yeah.
What? Why are you laughing? Yeah,
He
you're
was giving you
welcome.
the thumbs up.
Oh, I thought you were laughing at me.
Okay, is there a direction from the board, Director Monteith?
Which I don't.
To the chair, can we have some more information specifically? I guess I'm looking for like Cleaton. What more are we having in Cleaton with this?
Yeah, each of these are broken out based on the manager's assessment of how much time is needed within the area. So any new amenities that we have in the place, specifically within Cleaton, there's a project to make this seasonal washroom year-round, for example. So additional hours for that, maintaining the boat launch that was built, the trail that additional hours to be prepared to keep that standard of care up.
211. Okay. Any further discussion? We need a direction on this one. Director Gettens, please.
I'll move the recommendation.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands on the screen, nobody. Call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, please.
Thank you. Request number 4 this is specific to electoral area D, and it's for increased funding for the economic development services, and it's for $37,600 for the first year. It will be an ongoing plus CPI for each year. The impact for this service alone will be 21.08%.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Obrick on this one. Are you willing to make that motion?
Yes, thank you. I would make that motion.
Okay, thank you. Motion seconded. Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All in favor? Hands down. Thank you. Those opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
Thank you. Danny? Danny doesn't want to work.
It's not functioning.
Thank you. So this is specifically for the Falder water system. It's a one-year funding to review operational procedures, and it's for the to prepare or provide an operational guide on how to manage disposal of uranium. It's $60,000. It is a 39.54% hit if it's funded from taxes. However, if it's funded from reserves, it's just going to draw reserves. However, those reserves would have to be replaced at some time.
Okay. I'll go to Director Gettens on this one.
Can I ask a question first before I make a motion?
By all means.
Thank you. I just actually have a couple of questions. One is, do we hire a contractor or is it regional district staff that removes the uranium? And then how long have we been moving the uranium for? And then it's here it said, I thought it said somewhere that we may or may not be meeting federal guidelines. Here's a little bit more direct. So anyways, my first question is, who removes uranium and how long have we been doing that for?
So it's two-part question. So really there's a group that actually removes it from the site, but our staff actually changed the chambers. So we actually changed the media out. So that's, if you think of it like a water softener, once the media has expired, then we actually remove that media. What we want to do is ensure that we're meeting the WorkSafe requirements and also our federal transportation and disposal guidelines. And currently, we don't believe that we're actually meeting those requirements. So what we're trying to do with this is actually comply with our WorkSafe requirements, which is basically we have to have a safe work procedure for managing the uranium. And then the second piece to that is that we actually have to make sure that it goes to a proper disposal facility. And if we don't, then we aren't meeting provincial and federal guidelines. Hope that answers your question.
I got another follow-up question. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Are we not doing that already though? Like, are we not taking it to where it should be going?
At this point in time, we don't know where it's going, and that's not appropriate.
So is a contractor taking it and we don't know where the contractor's putting it?
That's correct.
Would the contract, okay, this is gonna be my last follow-up and then I'll make a decision, but would the contractor not have a how-to guide? Like, don't they have to do something?
They're actually supposed to submit a mandate by by federal and provincial regulation, but we're ultimately responsible. So what we actually have to do is alter our contract. We have to set the guidelines in which they have to follow, and then we have to make sure that they're following that. And the couple things that we're missing at this point in time, one, we don't know, if you can imagine, again, it's sort of picture it like a water softener. So at this point in time, a certain amount of water has to go through that device, And that's measured through something called a totalizer, which is basically a meter. And we don't know specifically at this point in time what that totalizer is supposed to read before we move the uranium. And if it goes too far in terms of the concentration, then it becomes a dangerous item. If it's less, then we can meet a different federal guideline. So a couple things that we need to do. We need to make sure, like I say, from a work safe perspective, that we're not putting our workers at risk. And then the second piece to it is that we have to make sure that the guidelines, that we're not exceeding the guidelines to be a dangerous substance, and that we know that exactly where it's going to into the proper landfill. So all those things have to be in place. And really at this point in time, we don't have a proper operations guide to do that. And so what this is trying to do is comply with all those regulations.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Just given that this is so specific to Falder and Area F, and we're going to have a meeting later on, I'll just move to remove it right now, and I'll bring it back later after we meet, once I have a better understanding of what we're doing and what we're looking for. So I'll make the move to remove it for now, please.
Okay, moved. Seconder? Thank you. See no discussion on this? None? Call the question. All in favor? Thanks. Hands down. Opposed? Carried. Next.
Thank you. So supplemental number 6 is for legislative services, and it's to increase the board training budget by $10,000. The reason the impact is so low is part of the administrative overhead, so it's just a minimal amount, but that $10,000 will be an ongoing training from 22 forward.
Okay. Director Monteith and then Director Roberts,
I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
which is to approve it. Seconder? Seconding it, thank you. Discussion on this? Seeing no hands, Director Olbrich, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I have a question. Who would the training be for? Is that for staff or for the board, or who's the training for?
Board training, it says.
Thank you. I did not understand that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anything further? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next.
Thank you. So the rest of the requests are for full-time equivalent staff. And the first one is for 0.4 FTE recreation involvement and effects increased in a variety of areas, including volunteer management and support, special events, booking, etc. So the staff is asking for a 0.4. Just above it, I realize it's very small, but it does have the impact of where it's going. So half of the cost of 16.5 is going to the Naramata Parks and Rec, and the other half is to Area F, Parks and F. Also, one of the things that you'll see on the report, if you go to the specific one, and it does show on here, it's an ongoing cost, and it shows the estimated costs going forward. And staff's here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Direction on this? Areas E and F. Since it's yours, Director Kazakovich, go ahead.
Just a question. So currently, the rec coordinator for E and F, is that providing 2 days a week for E and 1 day a week for F?
That's correct.
Okay, and just to follow up, so then is the proposal to be a split, 2.5 days for E and 2.5 days for F?
No, 1 additional day for each service area, so 3 and 2.
3 for E and 2 for F?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The direction on this? Someone willing to make that motion or not?
I think just a comment, I think it's like what Naramata and what Area F have for recreation are so different. So it's hard when it's combined because, we don't have access to the school yet, but we're hoping to get that 1 day. So that really limits our recreation. And I don't want to speak on behalf of Naramata or what I'm assuming. For me, I'm not sure that we want another any more recreation investment right now in West Bench until we have access to the school. But I also don't really know if this also includes extra recreation, like for Falder and that kind of area. So I'd like to discuss it a little bit more before making a motion, because I'm just not exactly sure what the outcome is. And also hearing from our Parks Commission, I wouldn't mind hearing their thoughts as well before I agree to it.
So am I hearing a motion to take this one off?
Sure, I'll take
at
it
the
off
moment?
until we have that staff meeting, and then we can talk about bringing it back on.
Okay, moved, seconder? A seconder, did I see? Okay, seconded, moved and seconded. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you, hands down. Those opposed? Carried. Next one.
Request number 8, again, it's for an FTE. This one here is for a 1.75 FTE parks and facilities function maintenance. So it's a labor's function. Mark is here to answer questions. It does have all of the charge, where all the costs will be charged and the tax implication for each of the services.
Direction on this one? Go to Director Kazakovich and then Director Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question. So I see 46,000 for Naramata. So is that in addition to what we're paying our perks contractor?
Yes, the contract amount we're going to keep in place so that we've got that option. But that's to have enough capacity to do that work if need be. So the contract amount, while in the budget, wouldn't be needed. We won't use it. But in order for us to get a staff allotment, we need to get it in there now.
Just a follow-up. And so that 46,000 is going to, in addition to our current Naramata Parks contractor, give what, about a half-time position to the area to assist with the work he?
For Naramata, that would give the option, because we're seasonal, to have someone there on almost a full-time basis for a portion of the year. But also for the shoulder seasons where we become quite busy, where we're opening up and closing down the facilities. Yeah. So it's really just having a placeholder there. So if that option's the one we want to go with in the future, because it is a future decision next year, we need to get that allotment of hours in now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Director Roberts?
I'd like to move the recommendation.
You're moving it? Thank you. A seconder on it? Seconded. Discussion? Seeing no hands? All those in favor? Thank you. Hands down. Opposed? Motion carried. Go ahead for the next one, please.
Thank you. Number 9, and number 9's asking for a new FTE due to retirement of the building official services. We're looking for to fund a senior bylaw coordinator. Currently, we do have the position, but it's a temporary position funded by COVID. So we're looking, staff's asking if we can continue having that position, and I do have staff here.
Sure. I'll go to the CAO first. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not sure why we phrase this like this. Everybody's aware that Ms. Miller has retired and that we are out recruiting for the building inspection and bylaw enforcement manager now. But that structure for the building inspection and bylaw enforcement will be exactly the same in the future as it is now. I think what we're asking for is that we've indicated, as far as bylaw enforcement goes, that we wanted that COVID inspector, and we got funded until March 31st out of the COVID money in order to try and catch up on some of those files that keep building up on us. We've never had really a great opportunity to get into the enforcement part of those files, and we want to make that a permanent position. So that's what that is. It's nothing to do with the manager part of it.
Okay, with that, any discussion or a direction from the board on this? Director Gettins?
I'll move the administrative recommendation, please.
Moved to seconder. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing no hands? Checking the screen, no hands. Okay, I'll call question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item.
This is asking for a new position. You see, as stated there, it's a number of charges that it would be funded from. I think this is one of the positions where I think better that staff explain it better than me. It's a position that is actually moving from one department to another, but because it's moving to a place that didn't have current funding, this is how it's going to be funded in the future. And Lisa's here if the chair has any questions of her.
Okay, thank you. Direction from the board on this one or questions? Director Roberts?
Just a question in regards to, since it's Area G rural projects was quite kind of vague, but what would be an example of something that that service would provide for the kinds of things that have been going on in Area G?
Go ahead, Lisa.
Is it on? Okay.
It is.
For this particular position for this coming year, there isn't actually one for the rural projects Area G. There is some other rural projects, but not specifically for G.
There is.
Okay.
Oh.
Dr. Gettins?
Oh, there is a,
I had the same question actually, but for rural area F, I'm just not sure what this position is for.
Go ahead.
oh, the rural projects Area F, I know that one is for the Meadow Valley Aquifer study that we're planning. The Area G, I know I have my notes somewhere. There is a project, I know there is something, and I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. I will definitely find out for you, though.
Okay. I'll go to the CAO here first, please.
Yeah, so here's the situation, is we have our subdivision supervisor within the planning services department right now. And I mean, the subdivision has always come out of the planning budget, and the planning manager has distributed some of the subdivision services to his front-end planning staff. So the idea is that the subdivision supervisor would go back into engineering, because the intent is to have it just deal with water and sewer. The current position stays in planning, so it isn't a vacant position, it's a new position, but it would, and we have to find out where to fund it from. So it's like an Eng-Tech, but for subdivision, water and sewer, and this is the proposal as to where the funds for that service or that position would come from.
Okay, there's hands for questions. Director Roberts first and then Director Gettins.
Yeah, so that makes it kind of, it's not a lot of money in regards to Area G, but it's wanting to know what it's for. And specifically, I, of course, don't have subdivisions and et cetera, et cetera. So it's a little interesting for me to have being funding something that I'm not sure what it is and others can't explain it to me. So I wouldn't mind some further follow-up on that, even though it's a small line item.
Okay, so Director Gettins next.
Thank you. I just want to get a clarification, if I may, Chair. So is this a position then that would work with both planning and with engineering? So we have somebody overlooking division or subdivision applications that have that planning and engineering hat on? Is that kind of like the bridge between the two different departments? Is that what I'm understanding?
Would be directly responsible to the manager of engineering services. The planning department will still, a lot of the front end on subdivisions is zoning, and that will still be done by planning.
Okay, thank you.
Have a direction from the board on this one? Moving the motion? Moved, seconded? Thank you. All right. It's on the floor. Anything further? Discussion? Seeing no hands. Director Coyne, go ahead.
This is going to help to speed up the process because we now have two people doing the job, or splitting it out as the different parts of it? Is that the?
It would certainly help speed up zoning in the planning department because they'd have a position, an additional position specifically, whether it's a tech or a planner one, that would speed up that part of it. And there would be somebody that would be then dedicated to looking at the water and sewer servicing part of subdivisions through engineering when they came in.
Because that seems to be a huge holdup for our customers.
Yeah.
Is planning.
Yeah, it's an additional position, so it will speed up the application process, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything further? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Hands down, opposed? Motion carries. Item 11, please.
Thank
Or
you.
Request 11.
We've already sort of talked about that one with the other one. Because there is that new position, and the existing position will stay with planning, the new position will go to engineering, and that was the breakdown
Okay.
of that previous one.
Okay. So next, please.
Thank you. Request 11 for FTE. This request is to increase an FTE by 0.20, and it's going to legislative services. And the reasons of request due to the following is a number of reasons: increased demand and high level of public engagement, development of corporate engagement, communications, etc., as stated on the report. Again, the tax impact is low because this affects the administrative overhead. So it would be redistributed amongst the 156 different accounts that we have.
Okay. Questions or a direction from the board on this? Director Gettens?
I'll move the administrative recommendation.
Moved, thank you. Seconder? Go ahead, thank you. Discussion? Seeing no hands, all those in favor? Thank you, hands can go down. Opposed? Motion carries. Next, please.
Number 12, it's a FTE request again, a change in job classifications. So because the classification requires an increase in the salary, it should come back to the board for approval. The $17,000 is redistributed again towards the administrative overhead, and that's why the impact is so low. Again, that money will be redistributed if the board accepts it to the 156 different accounts.
Okay. Questions or direction from the board on this? Director Roberts? Moving it, thank you. Seconded, thanks. Discussion or further questions? Seeing no hands, Director Kazakovich, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, what is the difference then from administrative assistant to coordinator?
Who can answer that for us? You
Either
want
one.
to answer it, Ms. Noble?
Sure. So the difference between the two is approximately 17, anywhere from 15 to 17,000 with labor load included. The role itself is significantly different, and the position proposes to be more of a project manager, working with the departments to ensure when our project communications goes out the door, that it's more consistent than it has been right now.
Thank you for that. Director Gettens.
I want to vote in favor of this. I think that communications is so critical. We invest a lot of money in the tools as well to use. So I think this would be a welcomed role, and I think that consistency is key. So I support this.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands, we'll call the question. All in favor? Great, hands come down. Those opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next change request, 13.
Final one, I promise. This is a full-time equivalent request of 1 FTE. It's for a legislative assistant position required to assist electoral area D director. And the funding would be redistributed amongst all electoral area D services. So this is a request that came from the director, and the director could answer the questions if the chair has
If he
any.
so desires. And since it's Area D specific, I'll go to Director Olbrich. Do you want to make that motion, or?
I would.
Change request 13, the Area D electoral area assistant. He's reading. Oh. Director Olbrich?
Oh, yes, I thought I made the motion, sorry.
Okay, moved, seconded, thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you, hands down, opposed, carried. Next is, that part's over, so we go to what, Mr. Zavino?
Continuing on the capital and operational budget, just a little bit more discussion and more information. Operational and capital budgets, I've repeated it before, are now separated. The two sections at the end, and the reason that they are the last two sections are because I'm focusing on at the regional level with the program. Staff request policy that capital budget does not have any direct funding, so there will be a report coming to the board with some recommendations so that it's an official, if the board accepts it. So the current year capital projects, as stated earlier, include a capital funding request form with anticipated ongoing operational costs. So on the capital costs, when you review the projects and accept them, make sure that you do look at the bottom right-hand corner that shows the consequence of that capital, because you're not only authorizing the request for that capital project, but the ongoing operational costs. And you've actually seen the impact of that earlier in one of the asks for the upgrades in the recreational, for instance, where that is a consequence of past decisions. And now what happens is when you're authorizing the FTE or the supplemental request, that automatically increases. So continuing on the draft budget discussion, changes made for the 2022-26 budget. Supplemental request form, that's new. You've seen it, FT request form, that's also new. And also ongoing annual costs. That's something I need to thank all the managers, because they easily accepted the recommendations, because more information is better for you to make a decision, an informed decision. Budget assumptions that is in the operational budget status quo baseline, which is the first year actually that you can going forward, there is a true baseline. There is an inflation factor in there. And now it looks like we're anticipating anywhere between a 3.5 to 4% inflation. Not all line items have that, because not all line items are that high, but there are some that there are. So tax is based on the 2021 tax roll. And the reason I state that is because when the 22 comes out, some of those percentages that I've stated will change, where tax parcels and requisitions in place increases or decreases may happen. So these are the schedules that you have, and they're very specific. They all have their own page number. Right now, you're looking at one page number. However, there's two pages, the page number that comes with your agenda and the page number that comes with the schedule. One of the things that is on draft tax requisition Schedule C, something new, is the growth or the anticipated growth, non-market growth. That's something that municipalities, not all, but the majority of them take that into account. And earlier I stated that the non-market growth, that the board can actually choose to increase taxes, increase reserves, increase taxes, reduce reserves, or just put that into. There is a third one right now. It's left me. So that's also another policy that's going to come to the board, so that it doesn't have to be consistent, but the board can choose how to treat the non-market growth for that year. Municipalities have that, but I don't have access to that, so I'll be asking the municipal CFOs for that information so that I can include that in your tax requisitions. So Currently, for the electoral areas, it shows what the proposed tax requisition is as stated, if there's no changes. But it also shows what the non-market growth is, then it shows the net tax increase. However, you as the directors of the regional district can use those numbers any way you wish. This is what I was talking about, the tax requisition summarized. And on the far right, it's got the non-market growth. There's two areas in the regional district that don't have building permits. So I extrapolated some numbers from the past so that I was able to be fairly accurate. In all the cases where I've done this, I've always been conservative, and these numbers will increase. But I'd rather come to you and say, here's more money than, whoops, I made a mistake, and it's actually lower than what I anticipated. So the way that this is done is I go to our building department and I get the building permits from June to June, because that's the same time frame as a BC Assessment Authority. And then I'm able to fairly accurately determine exactly what, close enough to what the growth is. However, with my formula, it's lower than what the BC Assessment will come back with. And in early January, I'll have the actual numbers. So this is just a graph that just shows the different areas for the electoral areas, and this is the tax percentages, the differences. As you can see, it's fairly close from the previous years, but it's good to see if there's an anomaly. And whenever there's an anomaly, that means there's something wrong or something that we should be looking at. So this is, to me, it didn't have any alarms. This is the regional services. And again, there's the big pieces of pies so that you can see the two biggest municipalities, Penticton and Summerland, have the biggest piece of the pies. However, it is based on assessment. And if this pie was done as a per capita, and there is a per capita graph later on, that pie would change. So I just wanted to point that out. Rural services. And this is the comparison of taxation change per capita. So with this is what I'm showing here is the 2021 per capita cost versus the 2022 projected capita. Farther on into the PowerPoint presentation, and I promise there's not that many more. There's an increase in administrative overhead this year, mainly due to information services licensing payments that we have for licensing of software. So that increased the administration throughout the 156 different budgets. So this is an explanation of material variances. I went through all of the services, 156 services by program, and I looked at where there's some anomalies. I thought that the board may be interested in looking at this, and when we have our one-on-one questions or through the chair have questions, they maybe be answered there. So in this case, I wasn't just looking at the increases. I also looked at the decreases. There has to be an explanation both ways. So it's something that I think it's always been important that we're transparent as a staff to show you where we see that there could be some movement. And so all of these are where I'm assuming when we have the meetings with the electoral area directors and the municipalities, we can be more explicit, but you've had this not very long, but you may have seen this. And in some cases, I might be able to answer the questions, but in other cases, the managers can. One of the things that I've noted, and you are going to be getting by the time the report or the budget is adopted, is what the tax increase is for operational and what the tax increase is for capital. Because there's components in a good asset management system, there should be growth in increase to capital reserves. So we started looking at what that is, and in a lot of cases, it's going in the right direction. Is it going to be the final direction where we don't need to do more? No, but it's starting. And what I'd like to do is start telling the board exactly how we're planning for the capital section of the budget. And municipalities, because they do their own taxes, they send out their own tax notices, are able to put two lines on it. One is here's your tax increase, but here's also your capital tax increase. So the two lines add up to the net tax increase for the taxpayer. However, because we do ours through the surveyor of taxes, we're not allowed to do that. But there's nothing stopping us to show the board and then the taxpayers of the regional district where we're going with this. So they don't officially see it on the tax notice, but we communicate it to them, and we haven't communicated that. And like I stated, I'm working on this. I can actually give you one as a whole, but we need to look at it holistically so that it's something that somebody can't come back and say, this is what you said. I want to make sure it's the final number, and the final number is not going to happen until the board adopts it. But before the board adopts it, I'll be able to give you that number. And then we can also talk about the asset management program, which the board has accepted and has encouraged. So these are more of the variances. You'll see in a lot of cases, there's an increase transfers to reserves, and that is because of the capital requests on the capital side of the budget. So when we do have the meetings, if there's you're looking at the increases in the budget due to transfers to reserves, then you can actually look at the corresponding capital side and see how it's funded, or if it's even going to be needed this year, next year, or 3 years from now. Some of the major concerns that I saw, and unfortunately it's something outside the board's control, is transit. Transit has a huge operational increase in all areas, and an anticipated decrease in revenue. So that's something that we'd have to discuss with BC Transit, and Mark will be on that. That's one of the things that he noticed also. It's something that here it is, accept it. Well, you just don't accept it. They have to be accountable for it. So the shared programs, as you can see, I've got a net increase for each one of them. And in some cases, it's not material. The shared programs for DE, F, and I is 0.05. Still, it's not material, but you need to see it. But at the end of the day, at the very bottom one, you see an increase in budget by 30,000 for contracting services. Well, there it is. That 0.05 increase could be after you do your research, or I do this research, could be lower. So this is as transparent, I think, as staff can be. And also, you might see some...
Question from Director Monteith first. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. So when in two areas are sharing a service and there's an increase, does Time Tracker use to decide which area pays more of that 30,000, or is it an equal split?
It's based on assessment. So when you take a look, I say it's 30,000, that's just one line item. You look at the overall service, and whatever the tax increase is, that is then charged back based on assessment value.
Okay, thank you.
So continuing on there, there's not a large number of variances. I've seen other areas that have more material numbers. However, you need to know where they are. So there's a number of pages. It reduces the program. The budget, operating budget's 156 pages. The budget by programs of 10, and then the variances in that program is about 15 pages. So it tries to consolidate that into a more reasonable, controllable number. So this is the overhead charge. I thought it'd be important to show the differences in overhead. I did mention earlier that there was an increase in information services. For the biggest single area is the licensing software costs. So it's not just an increase in the cost. There's new software we have to pay, and that's a general overhead. It's a cost of running the organization so that it comes back to all the 156 services as a whole. The last part of it is the tier sections. No changes in the tier sections except for one. during the year that I've been here, I found that there's a contract with one of the services that specifically stated that we cannot charge more than $1,000 for a service. So that's something that it was unknown in the past. So we've been charging admittance with whatever formula that's been in the past. So I had to create a tier 5 to meet the needs of that contract, the requirements of that contract. Everything else is the same. However, those administration costs that you see here, as the budget changes, those numbers will change to reflect the reduction or increase in services. The specific number, the amount, which is, I believe, for operation, it's 1.3 million, will stay the same unless there's a change in the IT or in some of the other budgets, and usually there isn't. But the changes for each one of the 156 services won't. And this specific one's a good example. You'll see in some areas there is no admin charge. And that's because the policy that we adhere to is there's no admin on transfers to reserves or debt servicing. So in some of those cases, it's just debt servicing, or there's actually no operational costs. But if we start charging on debt servicing.
Question from Director Gettens? Hate to interrupt always, but.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just wondering if you can just refresh us on the tiers again. On this one, we've got a pretty hefty admin fee for fire protection for West Bench. So I'm just would like a review on that, please.
So the way it works is that the tier is based on the amount of work that is anticipated by staff to support the service. And there's a rule, an assumption made that the higher the costs, the higher the support costs. The one thing that, just to remind the board, there is no wages in those tiers. It's just the support costs that support the wages for the services. So those services are legislative services, HR, finance, the corporate office. So those add up to what the 1.3 million.
I might ask a follow-up. So with West Bench Fire Protection, that's all done by the City of Penticton Fire Department, but the admin fee is $8,875.
So that's actually one of the lower tiers. So there's 5 tiers. So that I have to take a look at what. Okay, so that's Noel's a whiz. It's a level 4, which is one of the lowest tiers that there is. The lowest one now is at 5, which is that $1,000 that I'm going to recommend that when that contract runs out, we relook at it, because the contract also states that the municipality that we've got to deal with can charge us $12,000 for admin.
May I ask a follow-up? Please. Thank you. So with the fire protection, I think that what we do for the regional district is we give the City of Penticton a check. And so while I recognize it's tier 4 and it's lower because that bill from the city is quite high, I just don't understand how we're paying over $8,000 for admin for that service.
All I can state is that at one point and continuing going forward, there is a negotiations, a review of the contract. One of the things that we do, staff does, is the city issues us a detailed analysis of the bill. And we do some follow-up to make sure, and the city, I have no issues with the City of Penticton costs. They're reasonable. I've seen since I've been here, I've seen the first one. There's fair, but there is some follow-up in that. Eventually, there'll be a contract and a bylaw that has to be done. So there's ongoing something to go with that. And the reason it's set as a 4 is because it recognizes that there isn't a lot of costs associated with that.
Okay. Director Monteith, question?
To the chair, I actually pointed this out to Director Gettens because I was concerned that when we have a contract for service, but yet we're paying such a high admin fee, it kind of feels counterproductive. And almost like we need another tier in the theory, because if we're charging that much, $8,000 over 2 or 3, 5 years for a contract before a renewal, it gets expensive.
if I may, that tier that you've seen is actually a new tier that was created last year by staff. So because the year before that, there was no tier 4, it was 1, 2, and 3. A tier 4 was created to recognize these services that do not require a lot of administrative support. It recognizes that the amount of support is minimal. And one of the things it did is within that same tier, for instance, is SIR, where we have minimal amount of work. And by creating that tier, the admin fee went for SIR, I'll use that as an example, went from $75,000 to $16,000 because we don't have a lot of work. So that $8,000 seems like a lot, but if you look at the overall picture, it actually isn't. It does pay for the overhead as a whole, and there is work in the background, work that you may not evidently see because it's deep in my office, for instance, or in some of the other in the manager's offices, where we're making sure that we're getting a fair deal and that we're getting the value for our funds. So there's a charge because of that.
Okay. Continue on.
So again, I wanted to be transparent, and I listed every single one of the tiers, the description. It does pay for there's a one, my eyes are going, I think it's supposed to be 1.3 something million. 20, just to remind the board, last year the board accepted that 20% of the capital budget of the overhead is charged to the capital side. And you'll see it, I've highlighted every single area that has administration so that it's evident that on the operational and the capital side, what the administration fee is. And I committed to the board last year that there will be no double charging of admin fee for carry forwards. And that's why it's very important that the carry forward capital projects are identified, and they have been, so that it's not being charged twice, because it's an unfair burden. You should only have to pay for it once. So all of the new projects do have it charged, and if you have any questions, I'm here.
Okay, any questions from the board on this? I think some of these questions can be answered probably in individual meetings in the upcoming weeks as well, so keep that in mind. Seeing no hands, I believe that ends the agenda for the day. Looking for a motion to adjourn? Oh, there was hands up quick for that. Thank you. Seconded. All in favor? Hands can come down. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And thank you for your patience, everybody, and actually getting everything on the agenda accomplished today. I didn't think we were going to at the start.